We are good.
Very good.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the our quarterly meeting of the Rehabilitation Council of Texas. We are now live, so this is being recorded. My name is Serna Goldstein. I chair the council. And I want to start by thanking Dennis and his team for hosting us today in Tyler.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate your hospitality. We look forward to the rather impressive regional overview tomorrow morning. A lot of stakeholders that you're bringing in. So we all look forward to hearing from them and really understanding a lot of the awesome things you're doing in the region. So big thank you.
You're welcome.
And Tyler is interesting. So we moved to Texas, me and my wife, in 2015. And my wife, she's a gardener. She loves to garden. She likes to grow things. And one of her favorite things to grow are roses. So we moved to Dallas. First thing she does is orders roses. And they come, and she looks in the package. She goes, wow, these are coming from East Texas, hour and a half away from Tyler. And I'm not a flower expert, I'm not a horticulturalist, but like roses from Texas, we're hot, humid. Is this really the best place to grow roses? So I started looking into it, and it's interesting. So this used to be, I understand, a big food growing area, especially peaches, up until about 1900 or so. And then 1900, somewhere there was a blight that wipes out a bunch of fruit harvests. Bad weather comes, droughts, rainstorms, and so on. So the folks in Tyler pivot and figure out we can grow roses. And it's actually a really, really good soil and climate for growing roses. Who knew, right? Texas, East Texas, roses. But somehow the folks here figured it out and became the rose capital of North America. To the point where you're actually, if you're in flowers internationally, there's a good chance that they'll come from here. Mm-hmm. And this is interesting because to me, it was not intuitive that roses grow here. But we have this big event and the whole region figures out a new way of doing things. And they embrace things that otherwise they would not. And it only became successful because people gave it a chance. And there was not support in infrastructure to let it happen. So perhaps a bit of luck, yes, but I think mostly hard work and the right support structure to enable something that intuitively shouldn't bloom here, roses, to really bloom here. And if you think about it, this is kind of what we are all about. We are helping folks achieve things that are perhaps not intuitive to them, or not easy, or not obvious. And we provide that support and kind of guidance to help find that something that will bloom and enable to bloom. And to me, that's very, very powerful. And I find it symbolic that we're meeting today in Tyler, where we see the whole industry emerge based on the principle. So I just want us to keep that in mind. We are in the business of helping people bloom and do so sometimes in non-obvious places, in non-obvious undertakings, in things that intuitively perhaps shouldn't make sense, but they do. And that is our role today, to enable that, A few tactical things. Got me. Just do that. I think that will work. Does that work? Cool. Live IT support, level 1. Level 2 will be restarted laptop. So a few tactical things. Speaking of IT, Wi-Fi signal is not the strongest. So if you have a hotspot, use it. Restrooms, for those of folks that are here in person, that are new to this facility like I was, come out, take a left. Men's and women's facilities are right there. For the folks on the line, mics are sensitive. Make sure that you are on mute unless you're speaking. Common Zoom etiquette. If you have something to say, raise the hand in the chat. We will spot it. We will give you the floor for the council members. For the members of the public, we are doing 2 sessions of public comments, one this afternoon, one tomorrow midday. For the to sign up to make public comments, please contact Lisa Godwin per the usual process. Today, we are taking signups for public comments until 3 p.m. So if you want to make a public comment today, please make sure you put in your request for time by 3 o'clock today. And without further ado, let's get to the heart of the meeting. I want to give the floor to Commissioner Joe Esparza, TWC Commissioner representing employers. Joe, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Microphone check. Can you hear me okay? I want to thank everybody there in Tyler for allowing an online visitor to come in and give y'all some remarks. I greatly appreciate it. In the times that I've visited Tyler with past work with elections and campaigns and other various government agencies, I've always appreciated the friendly welcome. And Chairman, I really appreciate the great analogy. When you're in Tyler, you obviously have to talk about the roses. They figured it out. They're exceptional, and everybody knows Tyler and Texas because of that. But we grow everything in Texas, right? We grow, grapefruit in the valley. You want to aspen trees up in the Trans-Pecos area. Every region has great resources. We're taking over France, hopefully in a couple of years, with being the 7th greatest economic market in the world. And by that, I think we have to support our local wine growers, right? I love the wine growers associations and the farmers and communities that have figured out their horticulture, and they always they got a great slogan. It says save Texas water, drink Texas wine. We also grow great football teams. We grow best rodeo bronc riders and the greatest astronauts that we've had. We've got a lot to account for. We've got a lot of support from our local schools in generating and continuing to generate quality workforce training programs that help people reach their dreams and help people figure out and achieve their goals. And that's a little bit of what I want to talk about today to you all. And I want to appreciate everybody's opportunity and thank you all for the work that you continue to do there at the Rehabilitative Council. Our response and engagement to the employers for the state of Texas is both critical and crucial. The agency, the Texas Workforce Commission, continues to support employers and wants to promote those creative avenues to maintain our hiring of all sorts of different avenues of folks that are reaching their career goals. One of my personal main priorities here at the office that supports employers on the commission is work-based learning. And I guarantee we all know how critical this is in preparing students and job seekers into these careers, these transitional careers that take them out of kind of that first layer of their first job where they've been working as a teller in retail, and moving them into some credentialed or capture a training spot in a local community college that'll help them join their career, gain their career. I've been heavily supporting and putting more attention towards those internship programs that we support, so that work-based learning can create those opportunities, especially with people with disabilities to thrive. Recently, just earlier this week, I was in San Antonio, and celebrated a great gesture. It was what do you call it? An MOU, memorandum of understanding between the Texas Association for Business, so TAB, and I've worked closely with Glenn Hammer there at TAB to support this channel of workplace hiring into different industries and businesses across the state. They coordinated with the Texas Special Olympics to have a better partnership in supporting those businesses and supporting the Special Olympics here in Texas. And I was real excited to be there while they signed that MOU and to support that. But also what this was is a great opportunity to focus on our partners in San Antonio, to where this event happened, and work with a lot of the advanced applied manufacturing groups that are expanding in Texas and in that area. So recently, I spoke to a company called Toyotetsu, which is a tier 1 manufacturing supplier to Toyota, where they build the Tundra trucks in San Antonio, here in Central Texas. They have spotlighted a great program that provides wraparound services for individuals with disabilities, the IDD, the what we keep and hear the term, the hidden workforce. I asked a lot of questions and wanted to get a little bit more information on this program, and I was provided a well of great information of understanding about the challenges that we see because of businesses and companies are using more technology, and they're what's the word? They're leaning. Let's just say they're leaning into more technology that has automated process of scanning resumes for their hiring, and a lot of times it's overlooking well qualified and motivated individuals. And I think this is something that I hope if there's information that RCT has kind of worked with these programs in the past, I want to make sure that I'm messaging correctly and working closely with y'all to make sure that I have the best information that we have to pull more employers into those focuses. So great program from what I heard. They're encompassing various just non-traditional candidate populations, and focusing on providing them training, mentorship, and that those wraparound services that continue to make them increasingly credentialed and more valuable in those businesses, because again, it's a great opportunity for the hiring, for those in the employers, and also for our communities with folks that are just in disabilities that are taking advantage of these great training programs that we have. So happy to maintain a good working relationship. Please feel free to reach out and contact us. Get me involved as much or as little as possible for the programs that you have. And I look forward to supporting them and look forward to finding more creative ways to highlight employers that are doing great jobs, like our partners around the Toyota area. I'm excited to come into East Texas. I've been making my way around the state, visiting the local workforce boards. There's a few that I haven't been able to attend. I'm allowing it to dictate my schedule a little bit more organically, for any events or big grant checks that we can come and provide. I also want to take the opportunity to meet with local businesses and the Workforce Solutions board members and the staff, to get to know them and understand a little bit more. So I hope to be traveling to Texoma, East Texas, and Tyler here hopefully in the summertime coming up. So be on alert. be on alert. That's a warning. So just y'all let you guys know we'll have a good time and talk about my light went off. I'm sorry. Talk about what's great things that East Texas and Tyler particularly is doing. So, and thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the remarks. I'll give it back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Commissioner. We always appreciate the support of more IT support level 1.
Yeah, IT support.
Thank you so much, and we will absolutely continue working tightly together. I want to give the floor to Mr. Serna, TWC Executive Director, to catch us up on what's happening in TWC on a broader level. Ed, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me again. Some of the stuff that I'm going to mention, I think that staff that's there are going to cover in much more detail. I'm just going to give you sort of a high level overview. The one thing I want to mention is the next legislative session starts in early January of 2025. So that's still a good 6+ months away. However, we are already starting our preparations for that session. Our finance staff and program staff are working on our legislative appropriations request. That is our funding request that will go before the legislature. And even though 80+% of our budget is federal dollars, we still have to get what's called appropriation authority from the legislature to spend that money. So it's kind of like you have money in this happened in my family, we have money in the bank account, but I do have to ask my wife if I can write that check. Asking legislature if we can write that check. But they're very supportive of us. We are preparing for that. One thing that I do want to point out, and you all are already aware of it, we've talked about it before, but just to make sure that everybody's level set, as we started the fiscal year, actually prior to starting the fiscal year, we saw a potential shortfall in our vocational rehabilitation program. So we were able to identify some funds, all the stars aligned, and we were able to identify some funds that we could use to, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure my camera's on. Mine went blank. I hope it didn't over there, but mine went blank and now it's back. Technology. We were able to identify some funds, general revenue funds that kind of was very fortuitous that we had available. We transferred those from one program, critical program, into another critical program, from our child care program into our vocational rehabilitation program. And then that allowed us to draw down more federal funds. We believe we have enough funds now we have enough funds to get all the way through fiscal year 24 and well into, if not all the way through fiscal year 25. But then the session will start and we will be considering ways for the legislature to help us if it looks like we're going to have a shortfall in fiscal year 25. Legislature will be in session and we can talk directly with them about helping us close any gaps that come up. And then we'll also be including in our legislative appropriations request funding, an additional funding request to draw down even more federal dollars for our vocational rehabilitation program for fiscal years 26, which begins September 1st of 25, fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. And that's what the appropriation request covers, is a 2-year biennial period. It starts with an even numbered year and ends with an odd numbered year. We're in the last quarter, so to speak, or the last half of the current biennium. Now, of course, all of this is contingent on us staff presenting our request to our commissioners for approval. And then our commissioners, once approving it, we submit it to the legislature for consideration. We'll go through that lengthy process. So I'm not assuming that any of this will happen. I want to make sure the Commissioner, as far as I understand, there's no staff takeover of a commission, piece of commission authority, but rather those are our plans, and our commissioners have been very supportive. I can't speak for their votes. Each of them has their own vote, but they've been very supportive and they understand the situation. So I want to assure the RCT that one, we've addressed the current issue. Two, we believe we've addressed the issue to get us through fiscal 25, and we have plans in place that we'll be pursuing for addressing 26 and 27. The other things I want to mention are some of the other, of course, Commissioner Esparza talked about our internship program. We've had a very robust internship and apprenticeship and a pre-apprenticeship program. All those are different programs. Pre-apprenticeship prepares someone to enter an apprenticeship program. An apprenticeship program is, of course, paid experience, where you go through a process at an employer. And the internship is, student in college, maybe even depending on their age, you can reach into senior in high school, but mostly in college, to have them work someplace, learn about what it is that they're studying and see if they have an interest in doing that. And that internships are paid as well, but they are very short term. They are for the summer, maybe just a little bit longer on either side of the summer. Whereas an apprenticeship is a longer program. So we'll continue to pursue those. We've been very successful in our apprenticeship program. As a matter of fact, when you talk to the Department of Labor, Texas is has one of the most successful registered apprenticeship programs in the nation. So we're very proud of that. We have apprenticeships available in several fields, and of course, we work with VR to make sure that Vocational Rehabilitation Division to make sure that tool is available, and they're aware of it, but make sure that tool is available to our customers in that area as well. The other big area, some of you may recall from my last Workforce 101 presentation that I mentioned that we provided child care services for about 145,000 children a day. Now that seems like a lot of children, but that's only about 13% of the population of children in care. The child care industry is an industry that is struggling collectively, not just those providers that we work with, but all the providers. They're struggling because of being able to find qualified workforce. The way the child care works is if they pay more, they have to increase the rates. The rates are already pretty high. Parents can't afford them to have their children in child care. They pull them out, and then you're in addition. But we're working with the industry and within the parameters of our program to see how we can support not only the 5,000 to 6,000 child care providers that work with us, but as many of the other providers as well. So I was at a conference here just last week, at the end of last week, met with several child care providers. I was in Arlington, met with several child care providers, heard the information from them concerning challenges that they face, as well as all the great things that they're doing. A lot of them are very interested in serving children with disabilities, families that have children with disabilities where they can. And we'll continue to provide information and support for them in that area. But it's a broader picture. One of the other things that I want to mention is there are several changes that we're working with our partner agency, Health and Human Services, concerning the SNAP program. We have a portion of it portion of funds that we receive that we link to employment. And we continue to work with HHSC on how we can make sure that those funds continue to come in. I know that at the federal level, they're looking at changes to requirements that don't really fit the Texas model. But HHSC and TWC are working together to make sure that there's no interruption of any service there. Same thing is true with the TANF program. We operate a portion of the TANF program and link it to workforce again. And we continue to work on being able to do that and adjusting to the changes. The last thing I want to mention, I know I already talked about the legislature, but I don't want you to think that all we're going to do is submit a budget and then kind of let it go. We will be looking for, or we'll be developing legislative initiatives that we will present to our commission. So I will ask the RCT if you all have any recommendations for things that we need to see if we can advance in the legislature. Of course, we don't get to introduce bills; we're not elected, but that we can pursue in the during this upcoming legislative session. Please share those with Cheryl and her team, and they'll get them all in the right format, and we'll vet them. This process happens very quickly. It seems like it's pretty early in May, right? But we have to do a lot of legwork to the ideas that we receive. So it's not just a matter of, hey, this would be a good idea. Let's see if it sticks with the legislative wall. We do a lot of research. We put together basically a white paper. We present it to our commissioners. If our commissioners are supportive, then we pursue seeing if there are legislative members who would be interested in pursuing our recommendations. We can't lobby and we don't lobby, but we can educate and inform and support, and we do that very well, I believe. Right now, TWC has a very good reputation with the legislature for being an agency that has so many different tasks, so many different missions, but at the same time has been very successful in achieving all those missions. So we have some good supporters in the legislature. But if you all have any ideas or any concepts, feel free to share those with Cheryl, and she'll run them up the flagpole, and then I'll make sure that we get information back to you that says, okay, here's what's happening with that, or here's why that didn't advance, or here's where that's at. And then probably the last thing I want to say is Cheryl will talk about this in her director's report, I'm sure. We continue to struggle, like every employer in the state of Texas, we continue to struggle with filling our vacancies. And the challenge is, in some cases, what you would think, it is salary. We don't pay as much as the private sector. We don't pay as much as some of our peer agencies, not peer agencies, because we have no peer, but as much as our fellow agencies. But we've had good success recently in trying different things, different kinds of hiring events and different kinds of hiring practices. We'll continue to do that. We've seen our retention rate increasing a little bit, and that's very good news because we get to keep experienced people on board. But we also are seeing people finding other opportunities that either pay more or give them opportunity to do things that they've been interested in doing for some time. And of course, we lose people to retirement. We had two retirements, several retirements this week, but two in particular that I went to the retirement celebration. And in both cases, it is, I'm just going to retire and enjoy time with my family. The kids are out of the house. So it's hard to say no to those. You know, you want to be supportive of someone who's given the state 30 plus years. In one case, it was 40 years of service. But we'll continue to move forward. If you all happen to know of any individuals that are interested in a challenging and fulfilling career opportunity, feel free to refer them to us. We'd love to have them considered in the pool that we can select from. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to open it up to any questions that anybody has for me. That I know that's not on the agenda, but I think I'm still within my time slot. Any questions anybody has for me about the agency or any of our programs or anything in general? By the way, I don't have to wave my hands for the lights to come on. I just have an old-fashioned dumb switch in my office that's either up and on or down and on. They don't trust me with technology.
Comments, feedback for Director Serna? let me toss one out there. So one of the challenges I think we still have to overcome, and I have a privilege of not being an insider of TWC, so I can make such statements, of course. One of the challenges we still have to overcome is a psychological one. We have plenty of procedural challenges, financial challenges, and so on, but one of them is still psychological, where the traditional mindset for the typical state agencies is saving money is good, because we want to be prudent with the money of our state taxpayers. And that's of course true, but VR is a little bit different, because with VR, the more money we are able to spend, the more goodness there is. And part of it is just goodness. We are flat out helping people. Part of it is there has been multiple studies that show investment in VR gives investment in, provides a great return in economic sense, although perhaps not immediate. But also, the more money we spend as a state, the more money we get from our state, the more money we get from federal government. And it's a lever of something like 4 to 1. It's a considerable lever. So this makes it a little bit different. And the question is, how do we continue with this cultural journey that VR is not about being as fiscally conservative as possible, but rather about being optimally fiscally prudent. So we don't want to spend much. We just don't want to spend it in a silly way. So how do we continue with that sort of cultural journey?
Yes, sir. That's a good point and a good observation. One of the things that I will say, and by the way, I think I've mentioned this to you all before collectively, TWC is the 6th state agency that I have worked at in about 38 years in state service. And I've interrupted that state service 2 different times to work in the private sector, at Harris Linear 3Com one time, and the second time at Northrop Grumman here in Texas, both times though here in Texas. But I will say that the one thing that TWC is a little bit different about is we are fiscally responsible, but we know that our mission, and not just in VR, but especially in VR, we know that our mission is to provide services, meaningful services to our customers, the citizens of the state of Texas, the employers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think the way that we have worked to overcome that mindset that you've described, which is a good description, an accurate description. Most of the time, state agencies they try to work on a balance of spending all the funds that they get, so that they get the same amount next time they go to the legislature, but at the same time not overspending or underspending, because if you underspend, you get penalized by having your future budgets reduced by the legislature. And if you overspend, you get penalized by not being frugal with the state's dollars. TWC has done an excellent job at hitting that line, hitting that mark. And that's why I said we have a good reputation with the legislature, hitting that mark just right. But we do have individuals in various levels of the agency that are more fiscally conservative. And what we're doing is meeting regularly, getting messaging out. I've attended meetings where I've heard Cheryl talk to her senior management team. I've been invited to participate in an all-hands meeting or an all-staff meeting for VR and for the other divisions too, but for VR. And in those meetings, we have worked to assure our staff that fiscal issues are being addressed, that their focus should be on the service to our customers. I've also met one-on-one with groups of counselors, and this is true in other divisions too. So I'm not just focusing on VR, but I am because of y'all's role and be in that connection. But I met with groups of staff, individuals at a staff level, not just I don't just talk to the managers, and emphasize to them that the important thing for us is to provide quality service to our customers. And quality service means what you are doing gets the customer what they need, not just what we think the customer needs, but what the customer expresses to us that they need. Now, there are circumstances where customers want, I'm gonna make this up, where customers, want something much more expensive. They want a name brand of something, and there is the exact same thing that is an off brand that gives all the same functions, all the same features, all the same services, but it doesn't cost as much. And a lot of times the customer will complain that that's not what they want because it's not what they asked for. And they ask for an HP when an Acer or a Dell will be sufficient, as an example. So we do encounter those situations where maybe people aren't satisfied by what they got, but our counselors in VR and our other employees are always emphasizing that it does meet the needs. We do try to be fiscally conservative so that more people can be served. That's the other thing that I personally talk to staff about is we want to provide the support that everybody needs. And the reason we want to be a little conservative is so that we can spread it out further to serve more people as opposed to just a few people. The other challenge that we have with the mindset is what we see happening, what our staff sees happening in the press and in the legislature. I'm not blaming the legislature, but in the press with other agencies. And I do answer questions for staff saying, look, that is not TWC. So when you see a legislative committee chewing on an agency for doing something from a fiscal perspective, it's not TWC. You all need to look at the recordings of me testifying before finance or appropriations, and then you will see that they are very supportive of what we're doing, what we're asking for, and the customers that we serve, both the employers, the individuals, and the families. And that leads to a stronger Texas economy. So I think that it's something that we are constantly, Mr. Chairman, something that we are constantly working on. We don't let up. We don't think, okay, well, we said it once and now we're going to forget it. But we are constantly working on that mindset of all of our staff to make sure that they understand that it's okay to get out there. It's also okay to get out there and try something. Try something big or suggest something big. If it works, great. If it's beginning to fail, stop it. Just stop it and let's move on to the next thing. We don't want to throw money down a money pit if we already know that it's not. So the directors and the managers are encouraged to propose things that maybe are a little different. But we do look to address that. Mindset is the hardest thing to change, especially when you get people coming from other agencies into TWC. It's interesting. I've talked to them after they've been here about 6 months, after about 10 months, and I'll get feedback that says it's kind of refreshing to see an organization that, one, recognizes and supports its employees, two, is so focused on our customers, and three, gives us the latitude to try things, and then if they work, great, implement it agency-wide or department-wide or division-wide. If it doesn't, stop it and go on to something else without any fault being held. We do continue to work on the mindset. It's always going to be a challenge. Any other questions, thoughts, comments that y'all want to make concerning TWC? I know that Cheryl's there. I wish that I could be there with you. I have a meeting. I have another meeting later this afternoon, and then I have one in San Antonio tomorrow, and I couldn't quite figure out how to get from Tyler back over here fast enough for my afternoon meeting, and then to San Antonio, or back to Tyler and then back to San Antonio. So I apologize for not being there in person. I will endeavor to be in person the next time. I think next time you're in Austin, and then after that, I think perhaps in another part of North Texas, and I will work to attend in person, because I do like visiting with you all in person.
We can always get you a private jet, but I think that would not get the real use of the money.
Yeah, the state has a fleet of planes, and I've been privileged enough to fly in them, and they are incredibly convenient. I have left Austin, gotten to Childress, Texas, attended a meeting, and come back to Austin and been back by 2 p.m. That included the meeting time. That was nice, but it's not something that we can do very often. And they don't let me drive very fast. I get no exemption for being an executive director from DPS.
Yeah, I'd rather spend that $5,000 on state money instead of jet fuel on helping a VR customer.
Yeah.
Folks, any other thoughts or questions or other items for Director Serna?
Mr. Serna, Mr. Esparza, we just take a rain check on you, come back to Tyler.
Yes, sir, I absolutely will. I was there, I'm trying to think of when I was there here recently, or not too long ago. There was the Governor's Committee on People with Disabilities met there on the university campus. So I spent the night and spent the day in Tyler. Of course, I went to the meeting, the reason I was there, but then I had a little bit of time in the afternoon and got some good food and then drove home. But I do enjoy Tyler, a close friend of mine and a colleague. He and his wife just moved there. So yes, sir, I will be there again.
All right, and you know, University of Texas is the latest medical school in Texas.
Yep, that's right. I like hearing that. I didn't go to UT. I'm not a Yankee fan, though I didn't go to A&M either. What is now the University of North Texas. When I went there a million years ago, it was North Texas State University. So I'm still claim my university that I graduated from is gone. So. All right. Well, I'm gonna give you back some time, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you all again inviting me and letting me spend time visiting with you and talking about TWC. I'll continue to do that, and I'm eminently available to any of you all. If you want to just call me to discuss what's going on at the agency, or have some observations or comments or just some questions that you want to pose to me, I would appreciate it very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And we appreciate our continued collaboration and partnership.
Thank you, sir.
Let's move on to the next on our agenda. We're going to talk about a topic that Serna has teed up, which is something very near and dear to our heart, especially this year. We are budget. And this is sort of a combined item covering both what we did in 24, 25, and then sort of let's chat a little bit of how we're going to approach 26, 27, so we are staying ahead of any potential, let's call it what it is, crises. I want to turn the floor over to Cheryl Fuller, Director of the Art Division.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, everyone. Tammy and I were so happy to make it here on time for the meeting with enough time to spare to go by Starbucks, which is in everyone's best interest. We had planned on making it even sooner, but we at least made it. And that is the important thing. So we're really happy to be here. And I'm happy to share with you this afternoon now, information about where we are with our budget. So I think Daniel has the slide deck. He's going to pop up. My co-presenter is Scott McHugh. He has all the numbers that I have to refer to memorized. And he can also tell you how I calculated it. And so, no pressure, Scott. But Scott will present with me as we go through. And so I'm just going to give Daniel a second to pop up that slide deck, and then we'll get started. It's the budget one, Daniel. I split them into two slide decks this time. The quarterly update is a separate. The budget seemed like it deserved its own slide deck.
PowerPoint will take anything.
Yes. I have tortured PowerPoint into many different purposes over the years.
Soon to be replaced by generative AI PowerPoint decks with just a few prompts.
You know, I look forward to that. Although there's something for me about developing a slide deck that helps me internalize the information so that I don't have to do something else to do that. All right, here we go. Next slide, please. So for the budget update, I'm going to break it down just to follow the agenda closely. So the first thing is that we'll talk a little bit about where we are in fiscal year 2024. We have kind of two halves to look at, if you will. We've got the first 2 quarters of the year that ended February 29th. So all of those months are closed and we've got closed budget months so we can do our financial reports. So we'll look at how we were doing budget and expenditures the first half of the year and how we were planning to distribute funds the third and fourth quarter of the year. We'll start though with an overview of our budget as it is today. So that will be fiscal 24. Then fiscal 25, 26, and 27 will track pretty closely because we're talking about the whole preparation for the session that you heard Mr. Serna talk about. I'll go into a little more detail so you have a little more detail about how we put the LAR together, the legislative process and timeline. And then we'll talk a little bit at the end about what we're projecting. Because one of the things we're working very diligently to do is using our data to project how many people do we think will serve at the current pace that we are seeing our participants increase. About how much are we spending per participant as a way to project. If we serve this many more participants next year, we would expect our client services to increase by about this much. So it's just trying to project 25, 26, 27. We thought we'd share that initial projection with you so that you can see and how that is growing as we think about VR funding this year and then next year and the 2 years following. So that's the outline for how we plan to approach the overview to make sure we hit all the points on the agenda. Next slide. So we start with where is our VR division budget right now. And we have a total budget of $341 million, just a little bit over that. Salaries and wages, about $114.6 million. Those are adjusting up just slightly each month. You'll see that in the more detailed budget reports because you may remember us telling you the legislature passed a 5% salary increase for state employees, cost of living increase after a number of years of us not having one. They passed a 5% that was effective last year, and then there's another 5% effective this year. What we're doing on the finance side and following the legislative guidance is that the budgets are adjusted up to cover that 5% amount each month. So that's why the salary budget usually stays pretty static. It's adjusting a little as we go each month. Travel is about 2.5 million. Our operating expenses, 12.5, and then client services, 211 million. Now you'll recall, and you'll see here in a little while, that it has been 169. So it is now with the additional funding we received 211. Now that does include about 2.5% above what we anticipate actually spending, because you'll hear us say over and over that when we get to the end of the year and we pay out all the invoices, we usually have funds that are released and that can go into the next year. And so we know we need to budget a little bit above in order to hit. So that's a little bit above what we're anticipating actually spending. Next slide. So again, we're going to talk 2 halves, budget and expenditures for quarter 1 and 2, and then client services distributions for quarters 3 and 4. Next slide. Here we get into the busy charts. Next slide. Maybe it's got so much on it that it's taken, there we go. So I will talk you through it. Okay, so this is the first and second quarter budget and expenditures, and we're going to look at it with kind of from 3 different perspectives. One is the division overall. Then we'll look at client services by region with the 6 regions. Then we'll look at client services by type of service, including by the number of participants who are receiving the service. We'll also look at fiscal 23 so that you can see what that looks like compared this time in this year compared to last year. Your budget report has 2 other years, but that would just make the slide impossible to read. So I didn't include all that on the slide. So for this first slide, this is the division level. This is as of the end of February, so first half of the year. So I just said our budget's 341 million. Well, as of February 29th, it was 300. Didn't have the additional $40 million yet. And 169 of that is client services expenditures. We were spending.
Cheryl,
Yeah.
just
Yes, sir.
for my understanding, probably the other folks have the same question.
Yeah.
So we went from 3 to 340.
Right.
That $40 million, that is essentially that $25 million plus federal match.
Right.
So right around $80 million, and we've just flat divided it by 2. 40 million to 24, 40 million into fiscal year 25.
We're working to allocate it across the 2 years. One of the things we always have to do is we always have to have an overlap month. So you never want to spend all of your grant in the first year, number one, then you're carrying nothing into the next year. But 2, there's an overlap month between the state and federal fiscal year. So you need to always reserve 1/12 at least, if not 2 months. So you don't want to carry forward really less than 2 months of anticipated expenditures from 1 year into the next. You don't want to carry over most of a grant either, where we were a few years ago. But it's just that right amount of the balance you want to carry over so that you can go a few months if necessary. There are times when it's later in October before we get our first grant award notice from RSA. So, and there are also times, such as this federal fiscal year, when we were getting small grant allotments because they were only covering each continuing resolution period. So if Congress approved a continuing resolution for 6 weeks, for 8 weeks, we were getting really just that much of a grant allotment, which is why, again, it's really important that we plan to carry some funds into the subsequent years. So thank you for that. What we saw at the end of the second quarter is that you would expect, if your budget and expenditures are tracking, that halfway through the year, you would spend about half of your money, right? And that was pretty true for our budget overall. We had expended very consistently about 28.6 million in salaries and wages each quarter. So we were about halfway point. Travel, pretty consistent there. Operating expenses, 12.5 was our budget. We had 6.2 remaining at the halfway point, about 50%. Client services was a different story, as we have talked about. Although our budget was 169 million, at the end of the second quarter, we had just $37 million that had not been obligated. So we had about a little over 20% of the budget that was not obligated at 50% through the year. And now I would point out that we had encumbered a significant amount. Not all of that will pay out ultimately, but when it's encumbered, it's set aside. It's not available to issue for another service for another customer until that invoice is paid out and any remaining funds are released. So you can see right there how at the halfway point of the fiscal year, we were pretty tight on client services. And this is something we talked about in our last 2 meetings. So we were in a place of needing additional funds to be sure. And you'll see the months where we were particularly tight on budget, November, December, January, February. You're going to see the result of that in some of our success measures when you hear from Jeffrey and Christopher a little later this afternoon. And I think that is a reflection of what the regions were experiencing when we were much tighter on the budget prior to the additional funding. Next slide. The next view of our client services is our regions. So there are also client services on your full report that you'll see. Chris Cole has some client services. there are a little, there's a small amount of client services in program operations. Those are used for, usually for very specific purposes. But the vast majority of client services out to the regions. And what we see here is where we were at the end of the second quarter. So you see the initial budget that was out to the regions was almost $28 million. For South Texas, I'm going from the bottom up, almost 28 for South Texas, Region 6, same Gulf Coast, about 20 million for Dennis's region here in East Texas, Dennis and Malcolm, about 20.4 million for Central Austin, Central Texas, about 40.3 for
Go ahead.
Test. Can they hear me? Okay.
Okay.
So this shows you what the budget was looking like at the regions. So they had halfway through the year, they were looking at ballpark 20% or a little less budget that was not obligated. Now, we had obligated a significant amount of money. And there was still about 53.5 million encumbered and not paid out at the end of the second quarter. So there are two things to take away from this. There was still funding available, but it was looking quite tight. And two, there was a lot of money tied up in services being delivered or services not yet paid out. So that's where we were at the end of the year. And I think this illustrates kind of the tension that you saw in budget for the few months toward the end of 23 and early 24. If you look at the next slide, we have 3 slides of client services expenditures by service category.
But before you go on,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
wanted to ask, how do you guys determine your allotment to the regions? Is there a formula you use?
Scott?
There is a formula we use. We look at past encumbrance rates and we apply that to each region. You will see trends that each region historically has a certain percentage composition of the total expenditures for that year. Like Region 2 is always around 24% of the budget expended. Region 4 is roughly about 9%.
I just ask because, I don't know, you're not on that screen, on that slide right now, but you know, Dallas and Houston are the largest cities in the state, and yet it didn't seem like Houston was getting quite as much as, you know, I guess by a ratio maybe of population. That's what I was wondering.
Ratio based on past historic expenditures. So
Just
Region
expenditure.
5, Region 6 are also large, but looking at their past historical expenditures, they're usually about 20% of the budget.
Yeah, okay.
There's another reason for that too. A lot more resources in the larger cities.
Right.
Comparable.
I do know that.
Yes.
I'll tell on myself,
Spending more than you guys get.
and tell you that early in my time as the director of the division, well, at the time it was assistant commissioner, I looked at the method by which we determined allocation out to the regions, and I thought it was far too simple. To look at historical expenditures as a percentage of total, et cetera. And so I made sure we had a far more complicated formula that I felt was very robust. And it was more complicated and not more accurate. And so I learned, because I thought, well, surely there are other factors we need to consider. And even considering all those factors, it still came out about the same, except that the one based on historical expenditure was a little more accurate. So that taught me. But what I think we have learned to do well in recent years, and Scott and team at state office work with the regional directors and deputies, is that if there need to be adjustments, it's not static. If there's something where a region needs to move some funds, or we may need some additional funds in one region and not the other region, there's a process for those adjustments throughout the year. But that initial load based on simpler methodology actually turns out to be more
Pretty
accurate.
good, pretty close.
Yeah.
And if there's some demographic trends, like there's more population shift to, say, Austin from out of state, and in theory, you should have more, bigger customer base. We are able to spot that and sort of adjust as needed.
Yeah, you start to see it in the trends over time, and then the distribution can be adjusted accordingly. And so that's turned out to be pretty accurate. I'm sure there are other formulas that will get us there too, but that's the one we use. It's pretty straightforward, and it's then, you get it out the door, everybody understands how it came to them, and then you adjust as you go.
How do we make sure that if a certain region experiences slightly more demand than expected, but yet, for the time being, while the feedback engine didn't yet kick in, there's a natural temptation to just throttle demand. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So how do we keep an eye and make sure that doesn't happen?
Well, you'll notice there's in the larger report, there's a slight reserve at the division director level. And that's because that allows us some additional funding to send out to regions if they're starting to see that increase in demand. And Scott probably has some more specifics since he's got his hands in this every day.
And the regions are communicating with us that as their needs are identified, they're able to submit what we call budget adjustment requests. And so from there, the adjustments then hit the operations team, and we're able to take a look at those and see what the request is, look at the justification for the reasons why. And then we take a deeper dive into looking at their current obligations, what they've currently expended. We look at where there might be funds that are held up in open service authorizations that have been there for a while. And so we work with the regions and see where there might be opportunities to supplement the request with funds that they already have tied up to release those funds so they could be reused for additional customer needs. And then we're able to see how we're able to fulfill that request, and we process their, what we call the bar form for them. And we then make the adjustment in the case management system when we move the funds where it was needed.
Yeah, we can do that quickly enough. So if Dennis spots, the next couple of months, there's something, Dennis, their experience, kind of sees a little bit of the future, reaches out, goes, hey guys, I'm gonna run into an issue. We're able to be.
And I would hope that we're able to cycle it within a couple of days. Yeah, our team's pretty quick.
Now, I will say that I do ask regions to make sure they're keeping their budgets clean. Because and by that I mean, are we timely paying our invoices? Are we tying up funds for a long time and they're sitting there and they could be used for another customer, but they're not because we haven't reconciled that, gotten it paid and released the funds. Because what that does is it creates imbalance in the system. And for our system to operate efficiently and smoothly, we need to be timely reconciling. Let's get the service authorization issued. Let's get the service delivered. Let's get it paid for and funds released. And let's get those funds, moved back to the pool for another customer. So that's really important. And so that discipline has to work alongside the budget adjustments with funding that comes from state office or funding that we move. That is very important. And if we don't have a constant focus on good habits, I call it good budget hygiene, we have a way of having a little slipping on that, just like all of us with our good habits, right? And so that's an important thing that we do. But Scott and his team try to be very responsive. You can ask Dennis and Malcolm because they'll tell on us. They're just fine. They'll just tell you like it is. We don't mind. We encourage that.
So expansion by category.
Okay, expenditures by category. I mean, one of the things that we do not do is we do not budget by service. So you will not ever see us say, here's a budget for assistive technology and here's what we spent. Because the goal is that we provide the services the customers need. And so we don't budget by service, but we can tell you expenditure by service. And the only exception to that is pre-ETS. And that's because the federal law requires us to reserve a minimum of 15% of our federal grant. Minimum, floor, not ceiling. And that can only be used for the delivery of those 5 pre-employment transition services and, in our view, the very few supportive services that can go along with it. So what you'll see here is that is the one that there will be a budget for. So far, in fiscal year 24, so at halfway point, we'd actually spent. So this doesn't show obligated, what's encumbered but not paid out. This is just showing you what did we actually write the check for. Actually expended 16.1 million in the first 2 quarters. In fiscal 23, actual expenditure 41.7 million. That might look a little off pace if you're expecting that we're going to track kind of as the same percentage as fiscal year elapsed, except for summer is big. Summer is big, as Greg will tell you. That's when we are going to see the biggest increase in services delivered and expenditure. So we're probably actually, if not on pace, a little ahead. Scott, what do you think on pre-ETS?
Exactly, because it's gonna start picking up this month, June, July. And so it's kind of more, instead of a linear trend for expenditure projection, it's gonna be exponential during the summertime. And we will be adding even more customers as we start to take applications and work with our students, usually this month, and connecting to those core services that Cheryl talked about.
Can you remind me again, what is the pre-ETS 15% budget?
So 15% of our federal grant before the additional funding would have been about $38 million. But the other piece of that, I'm glad you mentioned that, because it reminds me, the pre-ETS is something we buy and it's something we do. So we provide pre-employment transition services to students as a staff. So the pre-employment transition services are career counseling, counseling on post-secondary, or career exploration, counseling on post-secondary, work readiness training, instruction and self-advocacy, and work-based learning. At least 3 of those, every transition counselor will do. Instruction and self-advocacy, career exploration, counseling on post-secondary. Now, our provider community can do more in-depth, more activities, more delivery, but our transition counselors and our counselors that are covering schools also provide these services and are expected to. That was what was envisioned. So it really takes both our provider community and our counselors delivering services. So what you do not see on this list is the expenditures that our staff have to timesheet when they are delivering these services. And it's not any old thing. It's when they are delivering the service to a student. They count that time in our timekeeping system. So you don't see that level of expenditure, and you don't see the number of students that are receiving that. So you're only going to see here what we're purchasing out of client services. The actual staff amount, I'm trying to remember if it's like $8 million ballpark per year. Scott may remember that.
But between about 8 and 15.
8 and 15. So you think about that counts toward that reserve, right? So that just, we spend more than the 15% in fiscal 23 on pre-ETS when you consider what we purchased and what we delivered. So that's an important thing.
And does Project Search fall under pre-ETS, or does it fall under?
Everything except for the job placement part, when
Okay.
you, the rotations, the internships,
Right.
the asset discovery, all do.
And Melinda was on this from the ground up, because when we were first trying to figure out what counts as pre-ETS and what doesn't, it was a little bit of a moving target until we had final regulations, and even after that. Because we thought, well, surely Project Search counts. Well, not the last part, not job placement, because that's not those earlier in the continuum of services that pre-ETS is intended to cover. So I wanted to make sure I pointed that out about pre-employment transition services. The other services on this list, assessment and diagnostic services. We're on pace to provide about the same. We may more or less. Again, this may change because it depends on what the customers need when they come to see us. Assistive technology looks pretty similar to last year. Hearing aid services, we're a little above pace. We're seeing more customers come in with a need for this service than we did about this time last year based on just these numbers. Job placement, about the same. Job readiness, training, and augmented services, we're a little bit ahead of pace.
Which I guess I kind of thought that your assessment and diagnostic services for pre-ETS might be lower than for your general population, since if you're looking at students and they've had ARD committees and, you know, the testing through the school district, that you wouldn't need to do as many assessments.
Now, the assessment and diagnostics is not pre-ETS.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a
I'm sorry, I got that all mixed up. Okay,
Right.
good.
So you can see here how many participants we have in a year. It's 65,000 and climbing at about 14,500 or so receive some type of assessment and diagnosis.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. Next slide.
Just perhaps an obvious question. The number of customers served, roughly around half. That's just because we're looking at half the year versus full year. So it's pretty typical that if you take half the year, it will not be the same amount of customers just served part of the time. It truly will be half customers. Does that kind of hold? Like if I'm receiving services, I will receive services for a while.
Yes.
It's not just within 2 months. So is this kind of us expected that if you only look at half the year, we will only see half the customers?
About that, I mean, you can expect, when I'm looking at this, and Scott can elaborate, but I'm looking to say, at about halfway through the year, are we serving about half the number of customers we served last year or more? Because it gives an indication of whether there's a growing demand for a particular service, or maybe we've got fewer customers in the pipeline at that point.
Exactly. This is just two quarters worth of data. So we still have quarters 3 and 4 that we would then expect to connect more participants or customers to any of these services.
So you would actually expect to have more customer numbers, not just more dollars per customer.
Correct.
At the end, you have more customers in the summer.
For the students especially. For the students especially, yes, indeed. This next group starts with maintenance services. We're serving a few more, so we're a little bit past what the half of the customers we served last fiscal year. So about 816 customers have received maintenance so far this year. Medical restorative services. This is physical and mental restoration services. So it includes things like hospital services, therapies. Thanks, God.
Yep.
So we're a little lower than usual, but it usually stays about ballpark. Scott, you think about 3,000-4,000 a year?
It should be trending up. Would expect to see a little bit more than 4,000 by the end of the year, because this is one of those services that the VRD has been continually to see growing. So there might be some seasonality with the summer months, perhaps with folks that with work, as a result of timing of when that surgery, that restorative services will occur during the year. But it should be closer to over 4,000 participants by the end of this fiscal year. And so give or take about 11 to 12 million would be anticipated to be expended out of this category.
I think
I have a question about the medical restorative services and 5 grants. My apologies for being late. It's great. I'm glad I got to be here for part of your report. So is any of that matched by Medicaid? funds or any of the recipients, Medicaid recipients, and then it's matched by Medicaid funds?
So it's not a match, but I'm glad you mentioned that because we should always have an explanation when we're paying for medical services. We must first ensure that insurance is applied. So if a customer has insurance, if they have Medicaid coverage, we are not the payer of first resort there.
Right.
Their insurance or their comparable benefit is. And then what we would do is pay what's remaining. Like if the customer has a copay, or if there's some remaining amount that the insurance will not cover. We do still see this as a much needed service in Texas VR. It is part of our program. Some states have more comparable benefits available, whether they participated in Medicaid expansion or have some other funding sources, but this is still important for Texas, and I think it's still important for you, Dennis, in Region 4, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't have a lot of comparable benefits in Region 4, and if a customer is on Medicaid, the provider accepts Medicaid, then we don't supplement that. Medicaid is by itself. They have insurance when we pay 20%.
So not that I want to take a deep dive, but so the long-term services that are connected to Medicaid are also a big piece of that. So are the counselors that are working with individuals in that service also connecting to the long-term services component? Because I think that was actually something that came up in previous meetings.
Now, when we're talking about medical services, if they're able to receive those through their Medicaid waiver program, then Medicaid will cover those. Where we are the payer of first resort, I'll actually talk about it in a little while in our division quarterly update, because we're doing some really great work, I think, with our partners over at HHSC and TEA. But it's employment services. Employment services, we are in line first.
Absolutely, yeah.
But that is for employment services. Scott?
Also to add that with medical restorative services being what we've expended right now at close to 3.6 million, this is one of those services that takes the longest to reconcile. So just those expenditures haven't quite hit just yet. We're still working with the hospitals to gather the necessary documents in order to process those payments.
That's a good point. We are all familiar with EOBs. And now you get them months later and you go, what was this for? So we are not exempt in VR from having to wait for EOBs and other billing to come through before we know what we can finally pay and then close out. That's a great point.
Yeah. It's a long trail.
Oh my goodness, isn't it? Yes, indeed. It really is. The one thing I wanted to point out here is post-secondary education and training services. Now, if you look at the amount expended in fiscal 23, we expended 36.7, almost 36.7 million. At the end of the second quarter of fiscal 24, 36.5.
At fewer people. Fewer customers.
Well, and that's just half the year.
That's just half a year.
Because you're paying more now.
Yes.
We're paying more, but we're also seeing more people come into post-secondary education and training. We're working through some things that we have learned, and one of the things that we've learned from our sister states and that we have learned is that we always have to look out for both the good results of changes in what we'll pay for and the unintended consequences. And there are some universities that are not awarding state grants. So when we said we would pay the full cost of in-state tuition and fees, we did fiscal projections based on what the difference was that we knew, but the customers were receiving other grants as well. And this isn't just a nice to do, it is our federal law says that before we're paying for post-secondary education, that both the participant and the program have to make maximum effort. That's in the law to secure grant funding. And so we have some work to do in partnership with some of our universities if they are saying OBR will pay it all, so these state grants aren't necessary.
Are you saying state grants directly to the university?
State grants to the participant.
Um,
There are some state level grants, and then there's, the Pell Grant is kind of the straightforward. You get a Pell Grant, that goes through tuition first. There are other state level grants. No, we never require someone to get a loan for that. We don't count loan as financial aid. We count grants as financial aid. But that's an important thing we have to really consider when we're looking at post-secondary. Wow, our expenses are really going up. We have more people in post-secondary education and training. I mean, we're on pace to significantly exceed the number of people in post-secondary education and training for the year. At the halfway point, we're already at 5,526.
I know at the last meeting, we talked that this is really capturing your service authorizations, right?
That's right.
But we felt like you really had more people in training than what this is reflecting. So is this number still capturing just the service authorizations? And so really you probably have more people that are using the waivers, the blind waiver, the tuition waiver, or it could be totally paid for by a Pell Grant. And you aren't capturing those people.
We have exactly 1,208 individuals that are local.
You can tell I said, hey, Scott, can you find it?
Yeah, so it's more accurate if we were to add 1,028 more people.
Right.
Okay.
That are getting some type of support.
Added to this or in that number?
No, it will be added to that number,
Okay.
but then also,
526.
Right. Yes.
That's
First
right.
quarter, okay.
yes,
Okay.
and then also, it's about 3.4 million in cost savings that comparable benefits are paying for. And
Right.
so we've been able to capture that, but that's something that we haven't been able to pay, or not to pay, because comparable benefits have contributed 3.4 million to the 1,200 customers.
And that's what you're required to do, is because if those benefits are there and they're readily available for the student to use, they're required by the law to use them. So, yeah.
You'll see our federal law be very specific about seeking comparable benefits prior to us paying in two areas, medical and post-secondary. Psychological testing, I know earlier you saw assessment and diagnostic services. Psychological testing is a little different category. That's, you see, we just have about 2,700 in fiscal 23, about 1,300. So we're ballpark on pace in fiscal 24.
So it's like general psych and neuropsychologicals and not like psychological counseling?
This is not counseling.
Okay.
That's right.
Right.
This is the psychological and neuropsychological. I think on the whole, probably less than 20%
Yeah.
of our customers need that assessment in order to determine either diagnosis or most appropriate supports to help them achieve their vocational goal. All right.
I have a question about the on-the-job training services. Does that include paid work experience and summer earn and learn, those services, or are those separate categories?
Those are separate categories.
Okay.
On-the-job training is where the employer is doing all of the training, and there's some above and beyond necessary, more than what they would normally do. And so that offsets a portion of the wages for an initial training period. Okay. Next slide, our last batch of expenditures by service category. But we start with self-employment services, and what will jump out to you is what jumped out to me. 84 customers received self-employment services in fiscal 23 and 5 in the first 2 quarters of fiscal 24. And I thought, what? Are we, what? But Scott had to remind me, this is the payment for the consulting services associated with self-employment. This is not how many customers we have in self-employment. And in fact, most of our customers in self-employment are receiving a whole array of VR services that are in those other categories. And Scott, I think, has the numbers.
So one, in looking at the pipeline of participants that are coming into the system with self-employment identified on their individualized plan for employment, in fiscal year 2022, we had 332 to be exact. In 23 was 382. And so far this fiscal year, we're at 194 customers pursuing self-employment. And then we're just halfway through this year. So we'd be projecting to be closer to 400, which is aligned with past performance. Now, in looking at what has been expended so far on our 194 participants pursuing self-employment, the number one, the top expenditure, and there's top 15 that we've identified, but it's services, it seems, to assist with perhaps maintaining their current self-employment. We're purchased hearing aids, assistive technology. Those are our number two, 1 and 2 top expenditures for our participants pursuing self-employment.
So is this more like a payment to a CBTAC?
For a feasibility study,
Yeah. That's right.
exploring their self-employment plan. Yes, all those discussions.
You know, when I look at this page, the number that jumps at me is not 5. That is explainable by timing of the processes. The number jumps to me is 84. Because to me, that number, which is consistent, right? We had the same number in 2022, right? It was what, 82 or something like that, same basic numbers. It just seems low, given how many folks do end up going to self-employment. Is that because we don't promote enough, or we actually, people do receive the services, they just don't happen to be bent in that category? But why is it only 84 out of tens of thousands?
Well, part of which, in the same manner, we collected data on with post-secondary ed with comparable benefits, but also perhaps we need to explore how we capture that and how we've leveraged the SBA, and how we've leveraged that as a resource for helping partner with our participants as they're pursuing self-employment, because we got almost 400 people that are.
And they don't all
Working
use
towards
the CBTAC. So I wonder, I mean, I think when we're looking at this, we're thinking these people have been put into self-employment. Maybe we could be given that data for 2022 and 2023. And if you have any already closed or, you know, in self-employment, that, I think that's what we're thinking we're seeing. It's not what we're seeing. So, I mean, if you're giving us 300 in 2022 and 382 people in 2023, but we're seeing, but only 84 made it, or only 5, but it's not really not what this is showing.
No,
So
these are
maybe
not
you could- Yeah,
And these are not outcomes.
I know, but
These are
I
people
think
served.
we're all kind of thinking,
That's
well, if they
true.
got the
It's a
service, then they got the
specific-
job, but if they're not getting the service,
Yeah,
they're not getting that employment, you know, that's not what their employment is. Maybe we could
that's a
put
good
this for
point.
this
Because
category.
this is a very narrow type
Yeah.
of service.
Yes.
If there's a
is.
need to engage a CBT TAC or CB TAC or some type of.
So these are individuals that a service authorization is written on.
For
So,
CB TAC.
so then there are all these other individuals where there is no service authorization that would be, of course, the CPA.
It could be, but I already had,
Yeah, but they have other
Business,
services or
yeah.
whatever. So does it, the self-employment must also include the supported self-employment piece as well? And if that would be a subcategory under self-employment?
I think y'all rolled supported self-employment and self-employment up into one category, right? Because we have a list of service categories that is.
Yes, and supported self-employment.
It's very long.
Self-employment and
I would-
supported.
Is there anybody at all in the supported self-employment category?
Supported self-employment?
I
Give
don't
him a
recall.
minute.
Yeah, no, it's a challenge.
It is.
Yeah, so.
We've had some, but there are not a lot of people in supported self-employment. That's very true.
But it's interesting, though, that still the individuals that have self-employment identified on their individualized plan for employment, their service record also identifies that support employment services had been purchased. That's one of our top 15 expenditures in that group of the 194. So it might be not so much pursuing supported self-employment with an employment services provider.
Right.
but somehow support employment services are being used for their self-employment vocational goal.
I actually kind of understand that.
But that wouldn't be how you're tracking supported self-employment, right? Can we maybe get a category for that and see if it's being used?
Absolutely. And self-employment services is, whew, you know, there are cases that are, I think, challenging for our staff based on whether they have the practical experience in a certain area. And self-employment is a tough. And so
Self-employment, do they already have a self-employment plan, or is that just the goal on the IEP?
it's the goal on the IEP.
So they don't already have a self-employment plan that's been approved.
That comes after, that's part of what CV TAC does and that process.
Right. Now, that's assuming that they didn't come to us as self-employed, but needing additional support
There you go. That's what.
to maintain that self-employment. Because as with any other type of employment, where you may need to come to VR to keep your job, to keep your employment, that's true also of people who are self-employed. I really think a lot, our farmers and ranchers come to mind first for me. I don't know why, when I think about this, probably because that's where I come from. But we've had some instances where someone came to us and because of the disability or how it was progressing, was in real danger of not being able to continue to do the work they always done. So that's an example of.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that. I guess I was thinking about somebody coming as looking for a total new opportunity more so than somebody who already has a self-employment business or farm, ranch in place.
And I think that you're right, that people that are really trying to start their own business are going to need some type of services or support associated with that, whether they get it from the SBA, Small Business Administration, the Small Business Development Center, which they're available to anyone, our customers as well, or whether we need to purchase services from one of our providers, our CV tax. That's where you'll most see people who are trying to start a new business.
But I guess my question was more that they have a self-employment plan if they're trying to start. Is that what you're counting, or is it a combination, or, anyway, that was just a thought. The other question I have is, how is business enterprise program, how's that counted? Is that a self-employment or is that something else?
Scott, is BET its own category?
Yeah.
It's its own category.
Okay.
Do you roll that self-employment? No.
We don't,
Yeah, BET is its own category.
Okay. That doesn't surprise me. Okay.
Our Randolph Shepherd program. And we are always recruiting for our Randolph Shepherd program. If we know of individuals who are interested in operating a food service or vending facilities on state or federal property, Randolph Shepherd program is an excellent opportunity. Everyone who is in the program, first of all, it's for individuals who are blind, and they must first be VR customers referred by their VR counselor to the BET program, and they can then go through training at Chris Cole.
The training.
Yes, and then they will have the opportunity to operate their own business on state or federal property. So we are always looking for individuals interested in going into this line of work. If you know of them, please refer them to us.
Well, it sounds like they would be closed out of the VR program in self-employment then, right?
Well,
I think we have
It's
a
got its
separate
own-
reporting
it's got its
category
own-
for RSA.
it's got its own service category.
Yeah, the element thing
Yeah.
there.
That's important because of the connection between the ability to use VR funds for individuals in the Randolph Shepherd program, and also to directly support the Randolph Shepherd program. There are some very specific statutory provisions and allowances that exist only for individuals in BET, which is the federal Randolph Shepherd program.
Folks, Joe Paul has a hand raised. Joe?
Yes, everybody. Will peer support fall under supported employment services? Sure.
No, peer support will be a different type of service. I don't know if we have determined what service category that will go into. We probably have, Mr. Powell, and I just don't know.
Can we take it as a
We sure can,
follow-up question?
we sure can. Scott will help me.
And just email the answer to the council.
Absolutely.
Uh,
All right,
Any other questions on this topic? And we have to
Yeah.
keep on going.
that's right.
We still have 3 more years.
That's right, we have many.
This was great. This was rear facing.
Thank you.
We
Thank you, Mr.
have
Chairman.
more exciting conversation. on what
Yes,
to
to
do
keep me
next
on
year.
track. It's a job. All right. Yes, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, let's talk a little bit about distribution for the third and fourth quarters for the additional funding we were able to receive. So Scott has worked with his team in program ops, but also with a work group of regional directors, deputy regional directors. You had some other regional and field staff on your group, right, Scott?
Yes, we did.
And we talked about a couple of things on this group. One, what is the best way to distribute this remaining funding in order to make sure we're meeting the needs this fiscal year? And two, how do we, that budget hygiene I talked about, what do we need to do to improve systems and processes to support that? And so the distribution of 40 million, 25 million of that, you saw that expenditure in post-secondary. We need to make sure we can support people in continuing post-secondary that are already in it and to support people who want to start in the fall. So 25 of that 40 million will be necessary to meet those post-secondary obligations. Post-secondary has to be paid in July or August. What happens when we don't pay it in July or August is that our students, our participants who are students, can get dropped from their classes. So we must make sure that we're able to timely pay the tuition and the fees that are our responsibility associated with that. So that is really important. Post-secondary education and training has been a continuing focus because we do, one, our federal oversight agency has been emphasizing it, as you've seen in the guidance they've issued and in our monitoring report. And two, we see much stronger wage outcomes, of course, you would expect to, for our customers who have participated in or completed. Then there's an additional $9 million in what we call basic support, all of the VR services, $6 million in pre-employment transition services. We have a Q3, Q4 budget distribution schedule May 1st, which has already gone out, right, Dennis?
Yesterday.
There we go, May 1st, June 3rd. Again, we're making sure we get the dollars out to cover all the services for all our customers, but also we're thinking students. So you see that pre-ETS amount, we know we're ramping up May 1 to make sure we have the funds ready to go for summer. Then we have another on June 3rd, and then July 15th. You see that 23 million to make sure we are timely meeting the obligations we have to support our customers who are in post-secondary education. So that's the basic approach. There's about $2 million of the 25 that will be held in state office. Again, we know there's going to be a little ebb and flow, so we've got to have some ebb and flow to address that. And so that's what that is. Scott, would you add anything to that?
Just that the methodology used for the allocation of the 23 million that will go out on July 15th we took a slightly different approach rather than looking at it at the regional level and looking at that historical trend. We broke it down to the management unit. And that will then assist the regions in how to distribute that 23 to the management units where, make sure that we get where the need is.
All right, next slide.
Wait, I would like to just check on something. So it looks like you're voicing, you know, and I'm glad, you know, that you've got to make sure you have tuition funds for that. But are you feeling confident that the rest of the funds that you have there are going to cover the rest of the needs of everybody else in the agency who is not looking at tuition needs, that their needs will be met for the last quarter of the year as well? Or do we think we're gonna be a little bit short perhaps?
No, that this should meet the needs because that's how we got the original, the 40 million, because we projected out what are their needs gonna be for all participants.
Okay.
And so then the idea is knowing that based on the expenditure trends, the 40 million is what we need to fill in the gap. And then it was analyzing that 40 million, where is it going? And so looking at the past semesters and what we've expended, this past spring semester, we expended 22 million. So we're kind of seeing that trend because it was in the fall semester of 23, it was 21 million. So it's like, 21, 22, maybe this is gonna be 23.
Yeah.
And so that's where that 23 came about, but
Okay.
we're holding back that 2 million for some of those unplanned expenses.
This is our best work after Scott has spent many hours with our budget team. He and our finance team are good buddies now.
I think what you guys have said in the past, your, I don't know the word you guys use, distribution for like the last quarter last year was less than this, or no? Do we know? Your fourth quarter distribution for last year, was that less than this 40 million?
So last year was a little bit different. We had allocated out the funds 100% at the beginning of the year.
Okay, so you didn't have it to compare.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing that we would say is as we get to the fourth quarter, we should start seeing some of those funds that have been tied up, where we've been waiting on invoicing. We should start seeing some of that also start to close out and release additional funding. Because again, 53.5 million encumbered, not paid at the halfway point. That's a significant amount. All right, Mr. Chairman, we have 3 more years. Okay, next slide. He has to think about it. I will cover. Okay, that's the budget distribution by region. So that's for your reference. That shows you how the funds will go out. Daniel, next slide.
Just since we're looking for Dennis, Malcolm, what should that be? Is that enough? We good? We're gonna fall short? Gonna have to throttle demand a little bit?
You think we're gonna?
Or we're gonna make
You think it, yeah.
Or do we need to kind of throttle demand just a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could mean a lot of things. It could be, yeah, we're good, or like, we'll make it work. It's, you know, it is what it is. There's so much wisdom in that, yeah.
Yes to all four.
Yes.
Just to add, hearing you say that, throttling demand, it's kind of actually the demand is what pushed to determine the forecast and seeing where we're projecting out based on the demand. That's what then drove what we're seeing led to what the allocation would be.
And when we were working on our request for additional funds, Scott was running multiple scenarios about how many applications are we seeing, how many new participants, what do we think this is going to translate to in terms of increased number of participants served. And you'll get a little peek of that at the end. I wanted you to see where we're projecting increase in the number of people we serve and what we think the increase would be in the need for client services, because that's part of what we're going to be putting into the request on the exceptional item that he's now working on with finance. So for fiscal 25 and fiscal 26 and 27, I'm going to talk about these together because they follow similar paths. And so so I would repeat myself all the way through if I split them apart. For fiscal 25, you heard Mr. Serna say, as well as Scott, some of the additional funding we're able to pull down, we need to be able to carry into next year in order just to be fiscally responsible and at least have that baseline of a couple of months of the expenditures going into next year. But we also, because we received $25 million in state funds, that would have matched a federal grant that was $348 million, which would have been what we got, but it wasn't. Instead, it was, we were flat funded at 320 because the increase in our federal grant nationally that is mandatory, is a mandatory cost of living adjustment. So that formula, when you calculate it, it's based on certain demographic factors, inflation, et cetera. There was an increase amount initially, but that increase amount, so 8.8%, that was rescinded and transferred to the Department of Homeland Security before the final budget went to the president's desk. So that means we're flat funded. So we actually have enough match for $348 million, and our federal grant is $320. So that means when August rolls around this year, we will be in a different line, and we may be in the asking for line for reallotment dollars. And so it depends on what that reallotment pool is. We're hopeful that we will be able to get reallotment dollars so we can use every dollar to match. And, you know, granted, when you're not in the reallotment pool this year. Yes, love it. You're not in the reallotment pool, but other states may not be, but we think that there's still going to be a significant amount that's put forward. So that's option one to boost us going into 25. Option two, there's something called a supplemental appropriations request, or there might be other ways we could look at how we prepare our LAR or request adjustments to current LAR riders. So what you know is that in every legislative session, our legislature, they consider and they approve the state budget for the upcoming biennium. So when they gather in 25, they're looking at the budget for fiscal 26 and 27. So that will start in that September. That biennial budget, you hear us call it the GAA, or the state budget. It's General Appropriations Act. The legislature does have a process, even though their focus is 26, 27, they have a process for considering adjustments to the current year budget. So when they're meeting in fiscal 25. So there's a process to consider, and that's a supplemental appropriations bill. Separate bill travels the same path. So that's why I'm kind of presenting these together. Next slide. This slide has way too much writing on it, but I'm hoping it will be a reference for you. So the biennial state budget process, the overview, it begins with an LAR. Every regular session is at an odd numbered year. So in the even numbered year, state agencies prepare and submit their legislative appropriations request. There are two parts to every LAR, something called a base level request or your base request, and something called exceptional items. So base level request is effectively what you were funded at. And there's a process the legislature goes to kind of true those things up, goes through. And then there's exceptional items where agencies say, we need money above and beyond. An example could be, we have more federal funding, we need more match. It could be some other unforeseen circumstance, a critical project, an emergency, some opportunity. What happens is that agencies prepare and submit them. And then during the session, there will be a budget bill filed in both the House and the Senate. The House Committee on Appropriations and the Senate Finance Committee will hold hearings on the proposed bills. So those two bills, they're going to travel through the legislative process, one on the House side, one on the Senate side. So to get to the proposed general appropriations bill, they consider the LARs, they consider their funding priorities as a legislature and other factors. And so you will see adjustments to the state budget, which starts with all of those LARs, starts with our base request. You will see adjustments as they go through the process. So once the committees, Senate Finance, House Appropriations, finalize their versions of the budget, They're gonna send them to the full House and Senate for approval. They may match, they've never matched in my time. So there's usually a difference, and that means they're going to go to conference committee, and they're going to work out the differences in the budget and pass a final budget. You will see that they trade off. One year, the final state budget is a House bill, and the next session it's a Senate bill. So that's why you'll see that the state budget is HB1 or SB1. So that's just a little. How do they decide which one goes? Well, they alternate. When they're looking at our proposed appropriations bill, it contains several things. For each agency, performance measures, maximum number of FTEs, full-time equivalents, so the maximum number of staff, your capital budget, if you have a big capital project, like a big IT project, facility project. Riders are your to-do list. We have 30 or 40 riders in the budget that say, with the funds appropriated from X, you must do Y. Or it's not funding, it's about you will submit a report on XYZ. For VR, they say our client services contracts have to have deliverables and the payments have to be based on outcomes and there have to be clear outcomes, for example. So riders are little to-dos that you get that go along with your budget. So those are in there. There will be the amount of funding that is recommended by the LBB. That's the starting point for us. So the LB Legislative Budget Board will recommend amount of funding. And then the method of finance. Where's the money coming from? Federal, state, et cetera. All right. So after the legislature passes the budget, it has to be certified by the comptroller that there's enough funding to cover it. And then the governor takes action. Now that action, the governor may veto. The governor can veto bills, but the budget, the governor has a line item veto authority. So the budget is not final until the governor's veto period is passed around Father's Day. That's when we know we have the final budget. Now, along that same journey goes the supplemental appropriations bill. And that's where you heard Mr. Serna talk about, if we think we need some additional funding to fill a gap, then that's something that the staff could propose that the commission could consider. So when the agencies get our funding based on that appropriation or that approved budget, we would also get any supplemental appropriations for the current year. So that's the kind of the overview of the process, big picture. Let me just talk you through timeline. Next slide. I know we've got a break coming up at 2. So it's a 2-year cycle. So year 1 is the even numbered fiscal year. That's what we're in. Even right now. Even numbered fiscal year has started last fall. So October, we have something called an operating budget that's different from the LAR. We submit the operating budget in the interim years, the even numbered years. So we get our instructions in October. We submit it in December. The prep for the next session begins in earnest in April. The LBB issues instructions to state agencies to do a base reconciliation. You heard me talk about that base budget. That's just a part of the process where they go through and they true up what's actually happening, what's projected to happen. It's a base reconciliation because that's what you're going to start your LAR with, is that base. And then that base reconciliation, we get instructions in April this month. We have to submit it to the Legislative Budget Board and the Governor's Office of Budget and Planning. In June, we get our legislative appropriations request instructions. Now, we have already been working on it for a while. You do not wait until you get the instructions, just like we don't wait to work on the state plan until we get the instructions, or we'd be spending all-nighters together for a couple of weeks and still probably wouldn't get it. So we work on the LAR, but the instructions come out in June. It is at that time when we get performance measure instructions, but we may also be asked to reduce our base request by 5% or 10%. That is something, sometimes it's an exercise the legislature goes to because they want to know if they have to make cuts, where would you make that in the budget? You may submit that may not be actually what happens, but that may be part of what they instruct you to do. So August is when our LAR submission is due, and it's due to the Legislative Budget Board, the Governor's Office of Budget and Planning, the State Auditor's Office, and the Comptroller's Office. That's where we submit our LAR. And then in August, we start having budget hearings. And those budget hearings are before the LBB and Governor's Office of Budget and Planning staff. Next slide. September, their budget hearings continue. And then October and December, you see that the budget and performance recommendations, we've had the hearings. Now the LBB and Governor's Office of Budget and Planning staff are preparing their recommendations that go to the legislature in the form of HB1 and HB2 in January. February through April, you'll see the legislature start marking up the budget. Those two bills I said that are making their way through the House and the Senate, doing fiscal impact analysis of their initiatives, making other adjustments, holding budget hearings. So now you're having budget hearings in front of Senate Finance and House Appropriations. And then the budget bill is passed by May. You know, the one thing the legislature has to do in the session is pass a budget. That's the one thing they have to do, pass a budget. And then you see the budget sent to the comptroller for certification and to the governor for action in June. So that's the timeline. When you see hearings where there's public comment, those are those budget hearings that you see happening in February, March, April. They'll start, you know, they may have slightly different starting points, but you usually see budget hearings with Senate Finance and House Appropriations starting in February. And then the work in earnest in March. All right. Where are we in the process?
Any questions before we go to the last page, which has some projections?
Yes.
Well,
Any questions on the timing, on the process?
let's go to the last page.
I had one other page.
Last
because-
page we may do after the break, because I think last page
Oh.
will drive
Okay.
10 minutes of discussion.
So next slide, this is the You Are Here mall map. So where are we? You know, the big picture process. It just is taking a second to come up.
Well, my question was gonna be then, when you're doing the base request and calculating all of that stuff, you're also gonna be submitting the supplemental request with it? Are they layered together?
It's part of it could be part of it's part of the LAR submission. I don't know if it's part of the LAR itself, because they're two different bills. The
Right.
supplemental
Oh, okay,
appropriations
okay,
bill is a separate bill from the state budget.
okay,
The supplemental appropriations is going to cover the current biennium. The state budget covers the next biennium.
But it comes in at the
26-27.
same time.
But they travel a similar path.
okay.
So, all right, it still won't go, Daniel?
One more.
So I will tell you that,
That was,
It was on ours, it's not on your screen here.
that one or that one?
the one that says agency
There we
preparation
go. Okay.
for 2-year budget cycle, it should be the one right after this one. What I will show you.
It's
It's
showing
showing
it
here,
on-
but it's not showing.
It's not showing here, but it's showing,
Okay, good.
yeah.
Well, I'll speak to it since y'all have it on your screens. What we're doing right now, we started working on our budget request for 25 and our request for 26, 27. We started doing that in February. We use our expenditure data as of the end of January, and we start working on that because it's due to finance in March. So that's what we've been working on in earnest since not too long after our last quarterly meeting. Now we're in May and June, finance is working on that base reconciliation that I talked about that they have to perform. And they're starting to put the pieces of the LAR together based on the instructions they get in June. They'll make adjustments where necessary. They're also starting to prepare those exceptional item requests. So that's where Scott is working with our budget team to put together our LAR request to make a case for that full match amount that we anticipate. So we are right in the thick of it now. July, August timeframe. Commission, of course, is briefed on the progress that we're making and providing input, but it's the July, August timeframe that the budget doesn't usually come to them as a whole because it's big. It may come to them in pieces as performance measures, exceptional items, et cetera. That's the July, August timeframe, and then it's due in August. When we get the instructions for the LAR in June, every agency will see what their due date is. That's when they'll say, okay, this group of agencies have to submit on this date.
What is our date?
We don't, it'll be when the budget instructions come in June, we'll have the exact date. It was August last year, end of August.
End of August. I'm trying to, I'm trying to see, can we revisit it at our August quarterly meeting, or should we have a special session and kind of chat a little bit before the August special session? So maybe in June, when we know what that submission date is, we can make it.
We can keep you posted. All right. It's 2:00. Would you like to do the last slide after?
Yes, I suggest we take a break, and we convene at 2:10, and we'll spend 5-10 minutes after the break to talk a little bit about the last page. All right, guys, we're gonna be back at 2:10 sharp.
Hey.
Oh, it's, okay. All righty. And we're back.
All right.
Daniel, we're back live, yeah? Okay.
Unmuted?
It's unmuted, okay. Cheryl, back to you for the money page in all senses of the word.
Indeed. So this last page, we wanted to show you, we talked a lot about process for fiscal 25, fiscal 26, 27. I wanted to show you just some of the numbers that Scott's been working on as we look at what do we anticipate in terms of the number of customers we're likely to serve, number of participants. So when we say participant, we're talking about someone with a plan who's receiving services. If you look at how many people we engage in a year, it's more than this. So anybody that's still on the front end of the pipeline, if you will, they're not counted, because plan plus services equals participant. And so what you have here is what we are projecting in terms of the projected total participants served for fiscal 24. And we wanted to show you how we see that growing in total participants served from 24 all the way through 27. So we think that by the time we get to fiscal 27, if we stay on our current pace, and what Scott's looking at constantly is how many applications, how many eligibility, how many participants per day. Are we seeing, and how is that trending? We're seeing a pretty steady 5% growth, 5%, that adds up over time. So you see us going projections from 69,397. Scott, this is up from fiscal 23. Where were we in fiscal 23? It was
65,000.
65. So you see the steady increase in participants up to 77,700 is our projection in fiscal 27. So
So
what,
about 5%, yeah?
Yep.
So
Pretty steady.
Texas state growth is between 1.5% and 2%, at least according to my 30-second Google search. So that means that at least 3% just grows from our better penetration, right? Or better reach out to customers and potential customers. So that's excellent. But I have a sense the last couple of years, we've been even more effective in reaching out to potential customers. So is it fair to assume that 5% will hold, or should we account for even more outreach, and should be 7% or 8%, something like that?
Well, for that, it's hard to tell on that because there hasn't been any data sets that show that that has been demonstrated in evidence from recent performance. And so looking at what we did in 23 and what that then translates into 24, looking at it on a monthly basis, it's kind of seeing that consistency. And there's some seasonality that we see during the summer months as more students seem to come into the pipeline. But for the most part, it's been holding pretty steady. And that's then what we're building this forecast model based on. Now, if there were to be, okay, was now a 6% now that we're seeing that, and then, now jump to a 7%, we got to plug those numbers in and readjust the model and seeing what we might eventually add up to. And then just kind of for for note, whenever you see projections from me that have any kind of zeros in it, I'm getting a little bit, not so certain, but when you see a specific amount, it's, I'm trying to get as accurate as we possibly
Yeah,
can.
the 296, 296. Wow, not even 295.
And I'll let Scott talk about how he's building out the average service cost per participant and the projected client services expenditures. But we're trying to be as accurate as we can with the data that we have, because we have to really build that exceptional item request on something solid. So if they pull on, we can say, and our data, right? And here it is, to really show the support for it. But the other thing that we have done, and it is a lesson learned, we have experience in increasing expenditures that was almost exponential in a fiscal year. We saw that in fiscal 22. And so when we were building that LAR for 23, 24, remember I said we used data as of the end of January. That's what the data said at the end of January. And so what Scott has worked on so closely with budget is building these forecasts and then rerunning them, so that we can run this, once it's all set up, Scott can be running these on a monthly, quarterly basis to see, are we still on track? And he'll get questions from me, are we still on track to serve this many? Are we still on track? And so we have learned that the fiscal forecast that we use, one, it's got to really hold together with our data. But two, we need to rerun it to account for changes and to try to be more agile. And I think that was a good lesson learned for us. And hopefully one we don't have to learn twice.
Yeah, no, so, yeah, on the top participants, do we need to run sensitivities in the Protect for potentially even more effective penetration, right? Even more effective reaching out to folks who are not as aware of VR services as they should be, right? Like basically unlocking new pockets of customers. And they don't much about it. There's a little bit of assumption and a leap of faith, if you will, but is there a need to model what that could potentially mean and start thinking ahead about possible mitigation approaches? So that's one question.
I do think that once we have this model where we feel pretty confident about it, it'll hold together. You can run different scenarios based on, well, what if we serve 7 or 8 or 10% more? And tracking it on a regular basis to watch it grow, to catch that growth as soon as we start to see it, and then watch it will help us adapt. Because what we have to do is we will have a finite amount of resources. You know, the joke is Cheryl has no drawer of money. I have no money drawer. I wish I did, but there are finite resources. There is an end to how much we have available.
Once we have a certain, once we have a certain.
Right, once we're
budget.
fully matching,
Right.
once we have a certain budget, the budget is the budget.
Yeah, but right now we have the freedom to figure out what we're gonna ask for. A little bit of freedom.
A little bit up to what we estimate we would need to match, right? So we're looking at that federal grant growth, because the ask is we need to fully match our federal grant. Because we put $1 on the table, we get $3.69 back. That's how that works. And so we want to be able to demonstrate, we want to match fully our federal grant, because that's that state-federal partnership and vision that we have. So
Well,
that's,
even ideally, you want to say you need a little bit more, just in case there's something left over, right?
overmatch, we have at times been overmatched. It's not usually something that's a successful request when you're asking to be overmatched. Not in my time, which again is not as long as some folks, but it's 2.5 decades. So I might have seen a trend. Overmatched is a little harder of a case to make when there are so many demands on the state budget. So many demands. But if you go in and you say, for this dollar, we can bring in 369, that tends to be very compelling. So we want to match every single dollar we can get. And we want to build our estimates off of that because that's probably feasible. And that helps us see where do we think we're going in terms of participant growth, because there could be a point where participant growth is such that we cannot meet the demand with available resources. And that's what we talked about last time, is when you get to that place and you want to see it coming, you do not want it to be there, and then you have to respond. When we see it coming, the order of selection requirement in the law is what allows you to say, if we only have this much money, how do we prioritize it in accordance with the law? And so we're trying to make sure that we put in place a stronger forecasting model that will take a really strong exceptional item forward that we think has the greatest chance for success, but also that we are constantly monitoring and rerunning that model to see, is it bearing out? Do we need to adjust it? Is there something coming we need to plan for? So-
There's something that's supposed to be said about being in a position where we can even tell our city, say, look, we need more, we can add match more and put pressure on our state versus our state putting pressure on us saying, you're giving money back or you're not matching completely what's wrong with you.
Yes, indeed.
So it'd be nice to
Yes, indeed. It
go
would
from
be,
playing defensive to
Yes.
playing offensive area.
I love it. It would be nice to be able to regularly be in the, we'll take more. We'll take more. And that would be our goal, just like we hope to do this August. Let's get in line again. And that gives us opportunity. But what you have to have, when you tell RSA we need more, you have to have the match available. Because you must spend your match first. You have to spend your state dollars before you spend your federal dollars.
So on the average service cost per participant, we're assuming 3% year over year. But we know our rates are not as competitive as they should be. This is from memory, right? So I might get some numbers wrong, but they're looking back at the PCG study, which was quite thorough in their methodology. We are, depending on the category, somewhere between 10 and 50% uncompetitive. You know, they're making recommendations that are not trivial for raising rates.
Right.
And thorough study, we should listen to it. Is any of that being reflected in the average service cost current assumptions?
Not for this model right here. That will be another.
Scott is working on that model. So we're starting with what is our base for us on our projections. We're starting with what would we anticipate based on current? And then we're figuring out what can we afford to go all the way up to the max we can anticipate for 25, 26, 27. And so we have to make sure that whatever we implement for rate increases in 25, 26, and 27, we can sustain. So Scott's model does include the implementation beginning in 25. This is that base that says at current state. But he's also working out the other model because that's what we have to base our full budget on, our full budget request. But this is where we're starting, that he's got how can we move forward? And in fiscal 25, we need to get reallotment dollars. And we also need to make sure we can pay for what we have coming in. And so we've got to figure out what can we afford in 25. And then if we're successful in getting our legislative appropriations request, our exceptional item, then we're going to have a big deep breath and we make a big push in 26 and finish it up in 27. So we have to budget within what we anticipate we will actually get.
So there is a model being built in parallel
Yes.
that does accommodate scenarios for rate increases and so on.
Scott and Jamie have been working with PCG. I've lost track of how many meetings you've had the last few weeks.
3 in the last week.
There you go.
What was that, Jamie?
3 meetings in the last week.
3 meetings within the last week.
So when you say fiscal year 2025, that's actually September, October.
Right.
So you're looking at increasing some of the rates by then?
Right, taking those forward to the commission to
Okay.
implement in fiscal 25.
So that they would take in effect, I don't know if you guys are counting it by September, October, so that's what I was.
It would be,
Maybe October?
it would be as soon as possible.
Yeah.
After the beginning of the fiscal year, but we've got to get our plan in queue.
Right.
And Jamie has been living and breathing this with Scott. And so she'll be able to talk to you a little bit more tomorrow. When we talk about the rate study, but that's what we're working on is we got some solid recommendations. How do we implement those? And how do we implement those in a way that we are implementing them within what we actually have available? So you can't implement above what you anticipate you'll have, but also one of the things I'm very concerned that we do is make sure that whatever we do is sustainable. We know that at least one of our sister states is contemplating having to sunset some of their rate increases because they can't sustain them. So we don't want to do that. We need to make sure that what we implement, we sustain, because we need our providers. We need our providers. So we are working on this diligently, more to come tomorrow. And Scott's got additional modeling that they're working on as we speak that builds in rate increases starting in 25.
Yeah, I'd be, good, take a look at that when we're all ready, before I.
Yes, sir. But what you see here is we anticipate client services expenditures this year, this fiscal year is going to be almost 209 million. We think that's likely to go closer to 225 in fiscal 25. This is pre-rate increases.
Yes.
225, and then in 26, 237, and in 27, 255.
And it should be more than that. Otherwise, we're gonna just continue shedding providers, particularly in rural areas.
So that's where we'll say, okay, based on where we are and what we believe we'll have available, assuming we're successful in our pursuit of these additional funds, how can we start implementing those rate increases in 25, hit it in 26, finish it in 27, and as PCG has recommended, we should do rate reviews every 5 years. So before you know it, it'll be time. So
And not to put Cheryl, not to put you on the spot, but are we also, so don't give details that you're not comfortable giving, but are we also looking into salaries and wages? Basically, more staff, potentially competitive compensation and so on.
As a matter of fact, we are.
I mean, it's a
Yes.
good 30% of the budget, 40% of the budget. So.
Yes. And we have included in our budget request amount for merit increases. We are continuing to look at our salary levels. All state employees will get that second 5% this September that the legislature approved because they were catching up a bit. So we are continuing to look at that, and we have submitted our proposal for additional FTEs as well. And so Mr. Serna invited every division to do that. So we prepared our proposal for additional FTEs, and we submitted that, presented that to him. When you add up all the divisions of TWC, I know that was not a small number. So we tried to really bring in a strong proposal and see where we end up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where we're ending up for 26, 27 with the proper rate increases and proper salary and wage line. When I say proper, I mean fair.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
So whenever you guys are comfortable sharing with the council, please.
We're crunching numbers as we speak, but we don't have an answer on our FTE request yet. So we'll see what that looks like. That has to be part of our plan. All right, that is more about budget than we even
Folks, any questions, comments, stump speeches? All right. Let's move on to, it's still staying with Cheryl. Let's move on to the division report.
Yes, sir. All right, we have Jeffrey and Christopher joining us. I bet they're here. You see him, Daniel?
I see Christopher,
Good,
and I'm looking for Jeffrey right now.
okay.
Yeah, they're both on.
All right, so Tammy and I are going to present together on this. I wanted her to have an opportunity to talk about some of the projects under goal 3. So we'll give our.
Cheryl, apologies. Sorry to break the flow. Procedural item. If you haven't signed up for public comment for the folks on the line, and you still make public comment, please let us know in the next 30 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
All right, we're ready for the next slide deck. So this is our regular quarterly update to the council, and we can move right to the next slide. What we'll cover here, just general updates. I've actually talked about most of those in the course of the conversation we have had so far. Then we'll talk a little bit more, and I'll move right to that just for sake of time. I'll move right to that update on combined state plan goals, strategies, and projects. We'll talk about those activity updates on each goal, Tammy and I will, and then Jeffrey and Christopher will come in and talk about where we are on our success measures. Those are the success measures I was referencing a bit earlier when we started talking about budget, where I said, I think you're going to see the impact of some tight months in our measures. All right, next slide. So we always report to you on implementation of the combined state plan, specifically the goals, objectives, and strategies in the DR portion that we develop in collaboration with you. We are still talking about our program year 20 through 23. We are in program year 23, as if we don't have enough years to confuse everything. We have a state fiscal year, federal fiscal year, a program year, and a calendar year, and we use them all. And so for our combined state plan, we're talking program years. So program year July 1 through June 30. We are approaching the end of program year 23 on June 30. So that's why we are still in this combined state plan. The plan you helped us develop that is now to the federal partners for review, feedback, and hopefully ultimately approval will begin with program year 24 on July 1st. But for this implementation report, we're talking about the goals we have in the plan that is currently approved. Next slide. We have 100 different projects and activities associated with the goals, strategies, objectives in this particular plan. If you're good with numbers like Scott and the chairman, you'll go, ha, that's more than last quarter. And that's true. We have added a couple of critical projects that needed to begin in this particular plan that are consistent with the goals in the plan, but they will carry into the next year. We are halfway through in terms of complete, but about 22 of the 100 will be ongoing. There are things we put in place that will continue. 25 are in progress. Some of them will wrap by the end of the program year and some will not. They will continue. And then we have 5 that are in queue. All right, next slide. Just as a quick reminder, the 6 goals. First is about improving provider recruitment, retention, and support. The second is streamlining our policy process and procedure, improving workflow, tools. Really the focus is to facilitate timely service delivery. The third one is recruiting and retaining our staff. The fourth is improving and develop additional user-friendly resources to maximize customer choice. The fifth is improving our VR staff knowledge and system capacity to enhance service delivery. And the sixth is increasing and enhancing our partnerships with employers for 2 reasons. 1, to make sure we understand what employers need. 2, to build awareness among employers about the benefits of hiring people with disabilities. So that's what we have been working on. Next slide. So what I do here, the chairman put me on to a great approach a few meetings ago, which is highlight the most critical things that have happened and that are happening since the last quarter. So update on our strategies, projects, and activities. Next slide. If we start with recruiting and retaining providers, members, I think you'll agree that what we do with those rates and the PCG report is the most critical thing that we're working on. It's not the only thing. You'll see eventually Jamie and her team standing up an additional project on provider recruitment that they're researching right now as part of a program they're going through as part of a rapid process improvement cohort. It's a discipline we have in our agency that we train leaders in, and managers and staff. And Daniel is also participating in this. So more to come there, but we have had a big focus on one, before we can consider what we're going to do with the rate increases, what is the status of our budget? What is the status of the funding? Because that's step one. And then how are we going to implement these rate increases? There is an additional project that we must get underway. And for those of you who have had an opportunity to review a very short PCG report, you will see that one of the sets of rates that is very complex that was not included in this scope because it is its own project is hospital services. This is incredibly important. Our hospital rates need the same review and attention of all of our other rates. Hospitals, we struggle to keep our hospitals. Hospitals used to be more locally owned, and Dennis and Malcolm and Stacy could go down the street to the person in charge at the hospital and talk them into applying for a contract or sending us a bill, for goodness sakes, or working with us. But now increasingly hospitals are purchased by larger organizations, conglomerates, healthcare organizations. Their headquarters are not in Texas in many instances. We can't run down the street and build a local relationship the same way. So now we're really trying to talk hospitals who don't need us, we need them, into going through our open enrollment application process, meeting all this criteria, entering into a contract to serve what may be a small handful of people each year. When you consider the number of hospitals and the fact that our customers need an informed choice about which hospital they go to because it's where their healthcare provider has admitted privileges. So we must address hospital rates and work on our hospital services. That is a project we need to launch. We need to get that rate review study underway so that that can come alongside, because you can see that as well and see where we need to address hospital rates. So that's what I wanted to point out to you this time. We have been doing some work on this. You heard Mr. Serna talk about legislative proposals. One of the meetings I was at yesterday that meant Tammy and I got to take our chances with the weather this morning was to pitch my legislative proposal on how we might be able to get some statutory language similar to what HHSC has that would help us more easily negotiate with hospitals. So we need to do that alongside looking at rates. That is something that is in queue as Jamie and Scott are working very diligently on implementation of the rate review study that we have already. One of the things we wanted to make sure we did here is that we have a process for regular rate reviews so that our rates stay current. There are two things that are helping that. One, what PCG recommended in their methodology is including an inflation percentage, which is very helpful. And two, they recommend we do this rate study every 5 years. That helps us baseline again, and then again factor inflation. And so that process has been completed. But what we now need to do as we develop our implementation plan for the rate recommendations is include a deliverable that will be a standard operating procedure for how often and our approach and our methodology for rate review going forward. And Jamie will talk a bit more about the work we're doing tomorrow. Sadly, I think we've stolen almost all of her thunder, Mr. Chairman. I guess she can talk about filling her project manager position. But
It's okay, we'll listen to it again.
all right.
There might be another meeting with PCG before.
That's right, that's right. She might have a PCG meeting tonight. but, so next slide. Provider recruiting efforts, that we'll be back to you on that. Probably the biggest thing we've done here is you see the PCG rightly identified. We do not have enough providers of REF services for individuals with a mental health condition, and those are very specialized services. We don't have enough. We have an open enrollment out on the street. I will be promoting that to hopefully get some additional applications. Next slide. And you have all of the information, by the way, the update in the much longer report on this. So I'm hitting high points here. You heard, I think the policy committee heard about the redesign of the VR services manual. You might wonder why that's such a big project for us. Well, our monitoring report might have highlighted that it is about 500 pages shy of War and Peace. It's not that we're going to have a short manual. I don't think that's possible in VR, given the complexity and the array, which is wonderful, of services we can provide. But it can be a lot clearer, and it can be shorter. And we've been working on that, and we are really close to launch. So we should have a preview for our new manual by the end of this month. And a lot of work has been happening to make that happen. Namely, getting our policy management software up and running, because the new manual will be published with that. And if you're interested in what that looks like, I can share a link to Michigan's public facing, because Michigan Blind. I can send you the link if you'd like to see Michigan Blind's public facing version of the policy management software. It's not fancy. That's not the point. The point is clearly easy to navigate, designed folders. The other thing about our manual is it includes what you have to do, what you might consider doing, and what we suggest you do, which is not best practice in policy. Policy and procedure should be that which you have to do. Information that is guideline or tool does not belong in the policy manual. We need to figure out how to have it available, easily reachable by staff. But what happens when you include all of that is it's less clear what do I have to do.
Right.
And so that's an important part of this. I'm really pleased with the redesigned format. I think it's cleaner. I think it's clearer. Our contractor did a good job of saying your policy is overly complex here. Is that fair, Jamie? Yes. She might have used other words, but
She was still very nice about it.
she was. And so I'm really looking forward to that. What we will see, policy team right now, they've been getting training, playing with the new policy management software. It's getting accessibility testing. They've been communicating about it to staff. It's coming. And then staff will have that preview by the end of this month, May 31. And what we'll have a sneak peek video before that. Then there will be the preview available for 30-day review starting May 31, so that staff have time to get in there, review it, and then it will go live on July 1. So we want to give a good amount of time just for that preview. We may have a statewide reading challenge.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. So this will
Good
be
prizes. Give us good prizes.
Yes. Yeah. This may be the closest we get to Cheryl's book club. The statewide reading challenge for the new manual. And the good thing about the policy management software is that there is a process in that software for attestation. I have reviewed it.
Yeah, and then they'll test or something.
Yes. So that's important. The good thing about it is also we have the ability to have a public facing and an internal. One of the things our stakeholders have been frustrated about in the past is we have our entire policy manual that's public facing, but they can't get to some of the information because it's an internal staff guide. And so the stakeholders would be clicking on the link and the link doesn't work. The other problem with that, and why we had to take that down when we did our website redesign, is that when you have those links available, they represent little open doors for hackers to try to get into. And so that's not a good thing. And so we were advised that you need to make sure that any link that you have is a link that everybody should be able to go to, not something that's intended internal and you just block it, which makes good sense and also certainly reduces frustration. So we're excited, and the team is working very hard on this in this last quarter. And when we meet again, we should be able to talk about the launch and do some show and tell for members if you're interested. I know the policy manual is not the most exciting thing.
Oh, I love it. And your book club.
This is gonna be Cheryl's book club. I'm gonna be reading it along with you.
So just out of curiosity, as far as you've gotten, because I think the current policy manual is 568 pages. Over 900, over 900. Okay, I got the numbers. So have you got a new page number for our new policy? Or am I stealing tomorrow?
No, well, it's just not final. It's a lot less right now, but we don't have a final number, but we will.
Yeah, page electronically.
It's like 970 something, 980 something.
Yeah,
Because I had to save the whole thing into a Word document so that I could, for myself, so that I could run. It's just my habit.
And that's just the policy part. It doesn't really, this does not replace Rehab Works, which carries all the contracts, all the service authorizations, all the work that the counselors are using.
And it doesn't replace our standards for providers. So our two core manuals are VR Services Manual, Standards for Providers Manual, and then Rehab Works is that our case management system. And so that actually, Daniel, is my next update. If you want to go to the next slide, we continue to work to make our systems more customer friendly and have more technology that our customers and hopefully our counselors are used to having. So we continue to work on Sarah. Scott and the team are working on some additional features that will come out. There's one that's live that is waiting for the other one to be ready. And so what was rolled out into the system in April was a calendar sync feature. Now, why might this be important? The calendar in Sarah will sync with a staff member's Outlook calendar. And so if we have counselors that are trying to organize their appointments and they're giving their customers the option to reschedule appointments in Sarah, which they can do, that will automatically sync with their primary Outlook calendar. And so that helps our counselors be organized. They don't have to take an appointment in Sarah and move it over to Outlook. And you know what happens when you maintain two calendars. You just do. You're going to miss things. And so this syncs that, and it makes it easier for our counselors to have those calendars talking to one another. Again, this is functionality ready. Staff aren't using it yet because it's in there and it's holding on until we get the on-demand interview network called ODIN. Now, what this will do, this component of Sarah, it's a confidential video conferencing system built into Sarah. And what it will allow is secure video conferencing and a specific chat feature inside that secure video conference for the exchange of documents. Right? I know, it's just,
So
I
you
just
don't have
said,
to do encrypted emails.
right, so the customer can send it to us, we can provide it to them in that secure video call. And then those documents can then be pulled into our electronic case files, which are connected to Rehab. So this is a big deal for us. It's technology. I know it's technology that we're way beyond that in the private sector, but we're just trying to catch up.
No, they're not.
We're trying to catch up. So the rollout for this would be June, Scott, because we're still getting all the functionality in place. They've done all the prep, and it would be the training and the communication coming in the next few weeks to get these live.
Does this take us all the way to the audit process where we're actually auditing electronically as opposed to paper files?
One day. There's another project that is referenced that I did pinned in order to ensure that all available dollars are going to client services this year. And that is a procurement for an external collaboration portal so that providers and staff can communicate within a single portal. And we can track, when did we get the invoice? Did we have to send the invoice back? Where is the invoice? Which is something we're also working to improve, is our whole invoicing system. And so that is another piece of trying to move closer in that direction.
Step by step.
Step by step. The last,
When we're talking about,
Yes,
I don't want to say aftermath, mid aftermath of the initial say rollout. I think we had this chat in the customer sat meeting. There was some feedback from the folks that the rollout could have been handled a little bit smoother, a little bit more training, a little bit more education. So hopefully all of those learnings are incorporated in the rollout of the ODIN and the other tools.
I think what we learned, and Scott can certainly chime in, is that multiple methods of training. So how can we provide training in multiple formats, a little longer runway? That's why, at least in part, we're not rolling this feature out just as soon as we have it, because we're thinking about, okay, this represents change to staff. So instead of it being, here's a change, are you ready? Here's another change, are you ready? It's thinking about how do we batch that? How do we think about training? How do we roll that out and have a little longer runway? Just because it's ready doesn't mean we launched it. We haven't done the training and communication, but we know where all systems go for that. Scott, anything you would add, because your team is doing the day-to-day here?
Well, one thing to learn about the how-tos and being able to implement and utilize the new tool, but one of the lessons learned is we really need to get to the why behind it. What is this going to mean for you? And once you are able to see the benefits, you kind of get that buy-in, and then that's going to help spark the interest in attending the trainings, pursuing where you've got those resources available to help you fine-tune the use of these new tools. So that's what we need to focus on.
So one of my questions about, especially training and then implementing it, you can train on the front end and then everybody goes back to their office and do what they did before. And so, do the new systems, the new structures being put in place have a way that the user, which would be a VR staff person or a provider, depending upon whatever, to where they can systematically or keep a statistic where they can see their improvement. That's actually an old management theory behind continuous quality improvement, where individuals kept their own statistics about, am I getting closer to my goal? It wasn't used for anything other than that person knowing that they're getting better at using this and they're getting some kind of feedback that tells them that. So if they're learning a whole new system, it's really hard to learn it in a day or at one time. So you're always going to your coworker, did you get this part?
Yes.
But if you get it right, and if there's something that gives back that.
Like a utilization report of.
Yeah, usually management gets that. I'm talking about the individual as they're using it.
Yeah, they would see how often they're in it, how many letters have gone out, then even converting it into, this is how much time you've saved. So it's kind of using that data and being able to speak and show you of the benefits and gains from it.
I bet Scott, you and your team could take that and
Yeah,
think
you could
about
easily
how
do
do we help staff see tangible benefits? Because what we see with rollout of these new tools is you see that same technology adoption curve of the early adopters. The folks that are gonna watch the early adopters and then get in there, that's me. I'm not in the first group. I'm in the second group usually. I wanna see the first people try it, figure it out, deal with all the hiccups, right?
And then we go to them and say, how did you do that?
Exactly. And then there's the group that will come in kind of last because they have to, because everybody else is doing it and they're not seeing the benefit. What we want to do is make sure that our training, our rollout, our communication is not affecting the adoption. And I think that's the lessons learned we have, is how do we make sure we're doing everything we can to support the staff for being able to use the tools.
Gamification of
Yes.
adoption would be there.
That's
Buzzword
cool.
there.
Yeah.
I mean, this system, it inputs case notes for you, so you could easily identify, these are case notes you didn't have to input in.
Yeah.
This is time saved for you, And I think that's just an
So let's keep going. I do want to mention, we have been having some side conversations about how in our lives now, we are all increasingly having an opportunity to use artificial intelligence. How we're educating ourselves on the risks, the benefits, and the tools. And Mr. Serna has been leading the way in this for our agency since last year, when he had a series of speakers coming to talk to us about AI, what it is, how it could be properly used, the ethics that have to be considered when you are using it. And we were asked to consider and propose how we might use AI to benefit our customers and our staff. Of course, Sarah has AI in it. And so we can say we were an early adopter in the agency for AI. But we also have been working, for example, Jeffrey and Chris are on the line. We've been talking to them about how can we have a tool, and this may not even require AI, that is a case reviewer. One of the things our supervisors, managers have is a 10% case review requirement in statute. That is so far above a statistically valid sample that they're worlds apart. Statistically valid sample is much lower than that for purposes of case review. So our supervisors, our managers carry an extraordinary workload of case reviews. We are concerned about that. We want to make sure that we can find a different way. So our goal is, can we find a different way to hit the 10% using technology? So could we get a system that you could run that would check 100% of cases against certain criteria? And then you do a statistically valid sample of that. And that's where you ask your managers to do the hands-on, they look at the case, they do coaching with their staff. Much better use of their time and much more effective, I think, in terms of coaching staff. So that was proposal one. Proposal two, we saw something that Washington State did, and we said, hey, kind of like Michigan Blind, we all learn from each other. And so for Washington State, they purchased something they call the VR, is a knowledge interpreter. And I might have mentioned this in February, but we've since talked to Washington State and gotten a little bit more information. And that's where they have an AI tool. What's it built on, Scott?
Azure.
Azure. But they put in it all of their guidance manuals, all of the state and federal law, state and federal regulations, their policy manuals. And you can ask the tool a question. You counselor, how do I help someone who needs a vehicle modification?
So basically AI-driven.
AI-driven.
Chatbots.
Everything
Interaction
comes in.
layer, and then GenAI,
Yep.
potentially packages an answer from there.
Within that tool, you can hit a button that says, and tell me like I'm a fifth grader. And so if it's technically complex, you can ask the tool, break this down into layman's terms. And then you can say, tell me a story about this. If you're trying to talk to a customer about this service, what would that look like?
So these are all in the kind of, we're exploring them, or
Yes.
we have decided to pursue any of them?
We're exploring them, and we're proposing those to, we have a committee in the agency that considers technology projects. So that's a tool. And in talking to Washington State, they've gotten some really good benefit from this.
No, it's a no-brainer, because you're not building out your knowledge base. You're simply putting on a much better interaction layer to allow folks to get the knowledge you already have inside the system.
That's right. Our third use case that we've submitted for consideration for a project would be a services suggester. Here, I thought we were being innovative to say, could we use our data to help suggest to a counselor services that may be helpful for a customer that has particular primary disability, particular background, particular interest, as a starting place, not as a prescription, but as here's new counselor who doesn't even know everything VR does yet. Did you know these are services that may be of interest? I thought that was unique, but apparently it's not, because I think at a recent assistive technology conference, one of our staff saw a demo of an AI tool that would be a services suggested for assistive technology. So there you go. Somebody's way ahead of us, but it was an idea. So that's, I just wanted to make sure that I reported to you as we're thinking about how can we use AI to do a better job for our customers and our staff that are able to.
You guys say Linda's got her hand up, this discussion.
Thank you.
I want to be aware of using AI, they can be biased, they can do some problems and that something they can use. So after you have a people confirmation, nobody's missing
That's
this.
right. That's right. One of the things that we were introduced to early on is the ethics associated with AI. And so just as every technology tool can be used for good purpose, it can also be used for not a purpose that's not good. And I know that for us, like a knowledge interpreter, a case reviewer, even a services suggester, depending on how it's built, it's important that we think about that. Like you see that even more in tools that help the hiring process, because AI, there could be some bias in that. If someone may, due to a disability, respond differently, have different body language, have different speech patterns. And so that's something that we've definitely been getting instruction on.
Yeah, I guess I just want to keep us, get on
Yes,
track before we get on the rabbit hole of AI being a bias.
I don't know if she knows. Linda, did you wanna?
Yeah, Glenn, do you have a question? You had your hands up, but you lowered since then.
Well, going back to the training thing, that, you know, I mean, there's all kind of ways to do it. One of the things that was most helpful to me when I was working was to have somebody in the office who understood what was going on, understood the new concepts of that you could, that understood it, knew how to explain it, that I could go to and say, help, when I got stuck. And once I did that a time or two, then I understood what, you know, so I think, like you say, the combination, but I think having somebody available, I mean, it's fine to have all the technology and all that, but to have another person also available that you can go to, that can be a go-to person. And I know that's backing up about 4 conversations ago, but was my.
Still good points.
That's a great point. Very good. I agree. That was a great point.
Good.
So we will go to goal 3 and Tammy will name that tune in a couple of minutes and give you an update on a couple of the projects we have there, because we want to make sure that Jeffrey and Christopher have time to talk about success measures. So we'll aim for about 3:15.
All right.
To finish up between the two of us.
Thank you, Cheryl. And yes, under goal 3, recruit and retain VR staff, I'm going to highlight and give updates on 3 strategies. The first, I want to share that Scott and I have been working closely with HR at TWC to see how we could pilot what they're calling a snap hiring event. TWC HR has done this with a couple of other divisions and have found success. What it does is there's a lot more upfront screening with candidates who are applying.
Lost audio.
Lost audio.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. That they may or may not really be qualified for, and are they going to follow through? And so it helps to get the hiring manager and HR a sense of who's really committed and interested in the position. And then what they do is they have HR staff on site with the hiring manager and interview committee. They plan a day, and then they do shorter interviews. So the idea is, let's get a lot more information up front that we can, and then bring them in, and then they can make conditional offers that same day. So Scott and I have been meeting with HR because, you know, for our VR counselor positions and RA positions, we have the salary offer guidelines based upon past experience in education. So how are we going to make that work? knowing that we're gonna need time to look at transcripts, what that would, their experience to give them a salary. Because the idea, again, is that they can leave that day with a conditional offer. Letters go to them. So I think we found a way. We're gonna be piloting it with Region 3, Capital Area South. Met with our HR just this week, and we're working on the job posting. We're gonna be doing it for VRC, TVRC, and RA positions. The job posting should be going out next week, and then we're gonna be looking at doing the event last week of May, maybe first week of June. So we're working on getting those dates. So by the next quarter, we should be able to report out on that and how successful it was. If we see success, we'll move to Region 5 and try with a couple of management units there and then potentially expand. So we're looking at areas that we've got a number of vacancies, and then, look at trying to bring some people in as a cohort. So really excited about that. The next update I want to provide is on the redesign of training and resources for new counselors. Director Fuller has been meeting with staff, and we've been getting a lot of feedback about training, specifically for RAs, supervisors, and counselors. Back in 2022, you may remember that we worked closely with training and development to redesign our new VR counselor training, which we've received some positive feedback on that. We wanted something that could be on demand. They could take the training closer to when they start, and could be repeated. However, some of the new staff who have recently gone through that they feel like they need more. Due to the number of vacancies we have, losing some tenured staff due to retirements and other things, we don't have a lot of tenured mentors, and that's been a big challenge for our new counselors, is having somebody who's experienced that they can go to and can provide that mentoring. So what we are launching this month is a comprehensive review and redesign of the initial training period. So we're talking more than just the actual training. This is bigger than just that initial training that they're gonna get through training and development. It's looking at training as a whole, from onboarding through initial training to providing that mentoring and ongoing support on the job training. So we have a team of staff from various levels across the division who are going to work together to come up with some recommendations. So there's going to be a core group, and then there's going to be multiple tiger teams that will undertake this and come up with recommendations on how we may be able to implement this. And again, the 3 positions that we're focusing on right now are counselors, RAs, and supervisors.
Tammy, for the mentoring, is the idea that it's mentoring within the same office or the same region, or are we considering cross-regional mentoring?
I think considering all of the above, and that's something that we really like to get staff feedback on what's most effective for them. We also understand and recognize everybody learns differently, and comfort level. There's benefits of having a mentor in your office, right? Because then it's somebody you can go to, you're more familiar with. There's also benefits of having a mentor outside the region, to learn different ways of doing things. So I think we look forward to the recommendations that are going to come forward from the staff who are out in the field.
Tammy, question, in-person training is part of I don't remember all of the steps that y'all went through, but I believe that part of the training was not only online, but also in person.
You are correct. Yes. So it's
okay.
a combination.
The reason I say that is because, of course, I was with the agency from eons ago, but one of the comments I always heard was the relationships that were developed with the in-person training between counselors, between, staff. And I think that's important as you're commenting, but I don't want to see that lost.
Absolutely not. And what we're talking about here is not to replace what training and development does for that training, but we want to enhance it. We want to make sure that our staff, once they go through that new counselor training, that they have that ongoing on-the-job training when they're out there now meeting with customers. They're actually putting into play what they've learned, that they have that ongoing support and mentoring. So you're absolutely right. And, you know, we continue to get feedback that, you know, there's some that really like the computer-based training and being able to do it on their own. That's a good learning modality for them. But then there's others that really like the discussion, more of the discussion and in person. And so I think, you know, with what T&D has been able to develop, it's a good balance, but we've got to figure out how can we come around our new staff to really help them, because our supervisors, you know, in many of the areas, they're busy hiring, they're busy doing case reviews. Our unit support coordinators are also involved. Everybody's stretched pretty thin, and we just need to figure out how can we come up with a way to really help our new staff learn, develop, and grow.
Could you possibly engage people who have retired to do some of that mentoring that are not, you know, gone so long ago that, you know, that it would be out of line for them to come in, even just to give ideas, just to talk, just to whatever. I don't know. That's just a thought.
That's a great recommendation, Glenda. We're going to write that down because, again, I think we're open to, you know, any and all recommendations as we move forward with this review of how we conduct training and how we want to do things differently. So thank you for that recommendation. Okay. All right. So the third strategy, I want to give an update under goal 3 is, since our last quarterly meeting, we have had 2 cohorts in our leadership academies graduate. So you may recall that we have a contract with University of Arkansas Currents, and they are currently working with us to do leadership training. Leadership training for our current supervisors and managers, which we call LEAD, and then training for those who aspire to be leaders. And we are encouraging our staff that that doesn't necessarily mean that you must go into a management position. You can lead from any position. So help to develop leadership skills. Of course, if they want to go into supervision, we want to help support that. In February, we had the first 2 cohorts of LEAD graduate. There were 36 individuals between both of those cohorts who graduated in February. And in Pathways, which is the aspiring leaders, we had, it looks like we had 38 individuals graduate from Pathways. Currently, cohort 3 for both programs is underway. And for, let's see, LEAD, we have 15 managers, supervisors, a deputy regional director that are participating in that. They're expected to graduate in 2025. And then we have 15 who are registered to participate in cohort 4 for LEAD. So we're already going to be starting cohort 4 for LEAD in June. For Pathways, we have 20 staff who are participating now. Their graduation date is expected for October of 2024, so later this year. And then we have 18 registered to start cohort 4, which also begins in June. As a part of their, as a part of the cohort, they work on projects and recommendations, and during the graduations, they present. And so we are currently reviewing those recommendations to see what we may be able to implement. And we also draw upon the graduates and, you know, when we're looking at individuals for tiger teams or core teams or different projects, that this is a group, these groups of individuals that we can draw from so that we can continue to utilize and build their skills that they've learned. All right, any other questions there?
Okay, Cheryl?
Number 4.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll do a time check. My last few updates on benefits counseling, peer specialist, employment first collaboration, and customized employment. I can hold those and come back to them tomorrow if we have time, or make those a primary emphasis in our next update, so that Jeffrey and Christopher have time to talk success measures, or I can continue.
Let's continue.
Okay, we'll continue. All right, next slide. So one of the things that I wanted to talk with you about, because we're excited about this, on updating our benefits counseling. So, you know, one of the first things we did a couple of years ago was increase our benefits counseling rates. But we also were successful in getting positions that could be in-house benefits counselors. The idea being we have many customers who need the service, so we need both providers and more of them, and some staff who can come alongside and support, not just with benefits counseling, but with other activities. So I wanted to let you know that all 3 of our new regional benefits specialists have achieved the full Social Security Administration certification and are community partner work incentive counselors. Hallelujah, that is not easy. It is not easy. Yes, Story knows this is not easy. And so we now have regions 4 and 5 that have an assigned regional benefits specialist. Region 2 and 6 already got their assigned specialist in September of last year. So they are providing, guidance on benefits to customers. We still, our providers are the ones coming alongside and doing this most often, but we have assisted 16 customers with that. They also have staffed about 8 cases that are very complicated. They've staffed them with Social Security Administration so that we make sure we're getting the best information to our customers, because this is about their informed choice. And it's so critical. They're staffing individual cases with our counselors as well, about 74 of those. They are providing training to the regional staff. They're helping our staff obtain the benefits planning queries. They're able to verify receipt of Social Security Administration benefits for new customers. So sometimes customers may not know exactly what and how much. And so we can help with that. And they're developing training so that when we roll out that new policy that in July, that gives clear direction on how to verify the Social Security benefits of a customer and obtain those benefits planning queries, we can do it timely. We don't want this to hold up our work with the customer. And so I'm really pleased at how hard they have worked to bring that up off the ground. And that whole, we call it benefits boosters, that whole team now in VR, the cost reimbursement officers, the counselors, program specialists are all on one team within the VR division. You might remember our cost reimbursement officers used to be in finance. Our CFO contacted me and said, hey, I think these belong in the program. Do you agree? And we said, why, yes, they do. And he transferred the FTEs to us and helped us. It's been great support to us. All right, next slide. Goal 5. There is so much good work happening here. Our peer specialist endorsement, Mr. Powell, you will remember him introducing this peer specialist to us early in his tenure with RCT. We are working with the contractor formed communities to develop an endorsement curriculum specific to vocational rehabilitation for individuals who have a Texas Certification Board credential for peer specialist. And so it's important that as we use peer specialists to come alongside our customers and provide that peer support to them in their VR services. These are our customers that may have a substance use disorder, they may have a mental health diagnosis, or they may have those co-occurring. As those peer specialists come alongside to support them in their VR process, they need to know about VR. And so that's what this curriculum is, developing the curriculum to train those credentialed peer specialists on VR, developing a training manual and a participant manual for the endorsement that those peer specialists will be able to seek and obtain so that we can purchase that service from them, and then providing training for them as they seek to earn that endorsement. And of course, also they have to provide the training and the guidance for our staff so that our staff understand what it is and how we can use these services to support our customers. They will also notify the Texas Certification Board when a peer specialist has earned a credential. And they'll provide feedback, input and recommendations on continuing education for them. So where are we? They have completed the information gathering phase of the project. So they need to gather information about VR in order to develop curriculum to train the peer specialists on it. They completed that in April. They had 10 informational interviews, including one with me and field staff. And they're drafting the endorsement curriculum. We anticipate getting that for review this month. So that project is moving. We have to put these pieces in place before we can have an open enrollment for credentialed peer specialists. Last two things, the Employment First Collaboration Project. This started shortly after Senate Bill 50 passed 2 sessions ago. And that is the collaboration between HHSC, TWC, and TEA for how we can better serve those waiver participants that Ms. Gill mentioned not too long ago. How can we make sure we're coordinating our services? SB 50 required a memorandum of agreement so we could share data. We have gone way further than that. We have had a staff of subject matter experts from all 3 agencies meeting quarterly, and they have completed a new sequencing of services chart that is posted on our websites. This is important because this is that payer of first resort. If someone is a Medicaid waiver participant and they would like employment services, VR is their first payer, but they can receive employment services by the Medicaid waiver program until VR says you're eligible and we can provide these services. Then that Medicaid waiver service has to step back. We step forward. We provide the employment services for VR, and then once the customer has completed their services, if they need long-term services and supports, they can go back to receiving services from their waiver. So that coordination is incredibly important, and our 2 systems need to be able to work together. They have completed a sequencing of services chart that is a thing of beauty, but it is inside baseball. It is complicated. And so it's helpful for staff, but we need something that's helpful for customers. If any of y'all want to see it, I have it here with me. I can send it to you. It's color coded. It makes me so happy. But we can't stop with that because they're also working on a policy crosswalk. That crosswalk is going to be on both websites after it's completed so that stakeholders can see how do the policies work together. They're working on a desking so that our 3 systems know how to escalate issues that need to be addressed or how to work together and who points of contact are. And then my favorite deliverable they're working on is a journey map for our customers. So this spreadsheet that is a thing of beauty, but inside baseball, we need a version that our customers and their families can use that will help them see what's the journey across these different resources. And then we are going to hold training for our systems, for the staff in the 3 systems. So this work is really big, and it deserves a lot more time than I've given it. Love to share with you more, maybe have the staff or the partners working with it if you want to hear more about it. But they've done great work here. One of the pieces we're working on as part of this is making sure we build out our continuum of services in VR, and that is customized employment. Customized employment is required by WIOA, but it requires a lot of partnerships. It is incredibly complex. We had to go at getting technical assistance and doing it ourselves. That didn't work. We needed more support given the complexity. So that's why we entered into the contract with San Diego State University and Griffin Hannes Associates. They are helping us create policies, service delivery practices that hold to the integrity of the customized employment model. Model fidelity is really important with customized employment. And then they will provide training for our staff, for our contracted providers and stakeholders. We're going to need to pilot this. And the way we're going to have to pilot it is we have to have a limited open enrollment to get providers that want to participate in this pilot. So that open enrollment is drafted and it's being reviewed, and we will do a soft rollout of those services with providers in the Region 2, Dallas-Fort Worth region, starting with Collin and Denton counties, for providers that respond to that open enrollment. Because we need to develop the policy, develop the methodology and the approach, get the providers, pilot it, learn what worked before we do a full-scale rollout. So that is just, there's incredible work going on there. Tammy will quickly talk about vendor invoice payment with Goal 5.
Thank you, Cheryl. So yes, earlier this year, January, February, we launched a shared mailbox pilot for providers to submit invoices and reports in 6 management units across the state. So we have 3 management units in Region 2, Dallas-Fort Worth, that are participating in the pilot, and 3 management units in Region 5, Gulf Coast, that are participating in the pilot. So what we have continued to hear from our stakeholders, providers, is that, you know, you go to submit an invoice and payment, you got to remember, do I send it to the RA? Do I send it to the counselor? Do I send it to both? And who is working with who? And, oh, I emailed it to them. I never got a response. So our hope and intent, and one of the goals of this shared mailbox strategy, is that it's one mailbox, right? And that it will be included so that providers, they don't have to remember it's Sally as the RA and Tammy as the counselor to who to send it to. It's just one mailbox, and that's who they will submit and send to. So we're hoping it increases vendor satisfaction, hope that there's less rework. So we're going to continue to monitor. The team is meeting with providers to get their feedback as well as staff. Because we want to make sure that we work through challenges, what we learned through this before we roll it out statewide. But it is something exciting that's part of a larger, you heard Director Fuller speak about RPI earlier, about the whole vendor and invoicing process. And there are multiple deliverables out of that. This is just one, but it is underway. And so it's exciting, and we wanted to share that with you.
The last thing, and Daniel, you can skip ahead, I forgot to say.
And obviously, one of the benefits to that program is also if a counselor moves on, there's a special counselor.
Absolutely. Yes.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
The last thing I would highlight under Goal 6, because you're going to hear from our project search partners tomorrow, one of the most effective ways we have of building relationships with employers is through projects like Project Search, where the employer can actually experience our participants and be actively engaged with us and the community. And so it's really a powerful tool for raising awareness among employers. And we have 30 active sites in the school year across the state. We have 3 that have now been approved to start this August. So that'll take us to 33. Hunt Medical Regional Center in Greenville, Baptist Medical Center in San Antonio, and Texas Health in Arlington. There are more than that in the queue. Sometimes there's an employer that's interested and they're waiting on the school, the ISD, because you have to have the employer, the ISD, VR, and the employment service provider, right, Melinda?
And the local authority.
And the local, that's right, the local authority. And so all of these partners have to come together. So there might be 2 in an area that really, really want to do it, but we've got to get everybody to follow this model properly. So we've got more in the queue than that, but 3 new ones have a green light to start this fall. And then tomorrow you'll hear the Region 4 calendars. That is it, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Cheryl? And yes, if you have questions, you're standing between the break. But if you have questions, I mean, this is there's a lot of great stuff. Good. We're gonna take a break for 10 minutes, come back at 3:40. For the council members, there are updated meeting minutes from the February meeting in our virtual binder. So if you get a chance during the break to take a look at that, that'd be great. There have been some corrections based on the member feedback to the meeting minutes, so we can ratify them towards the end of the meeting. We have a council business item.
Otherwise, we'll be back at 3:40.
We're live. We're live.
What's Karen on the read? It was your turn to watch.
We were never checking the big ones.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Daniel, are we up?
Yes, we are live, sir.
All right. Jeffrey and Chris. Are you guys back? Are you with us?
Yes, present.
All right, let's, so we have about 50 minutes to go through the success measures update and the performance review. So let's take a look at the success measures first, and to ask, please, let's focus on where we saw a meaningful change in the last quarter or two. And this could either be the positive that our success measures are doing something, or projects are doing something, or you see in a couple of places there's some degradation that we see that we suspect is driven by our kind of a short-term budget crisis that we are now recovering from, but we're still seeing the impact of that in the data. So let's see if we can do that in about 15 minutes or so. So just basically highlight where there's a difference.
Absolutely. Let's run through the data on the goals real quickly, and then I'll toss it over to Chris for the overview on our performance slides.
Daniel,
I lost the screen. Give me 1 second.
Also, in order to get through this material quickly, I would like to ask that all questions be reserved for the end of the goals presentation, and then again for the end of the performance slides.
Sounds good, sounds good, sounds good. Daniel, can we share the deck even though we don't have screen here?
It should be up in just a second.
Okay. Perfect. You're up.
PowerPoint up. Jeffrey, the slide deck is which one again?
The same one Cheryl was using.
Same one? Okay.
Page 18.
Give me one.
Same one. It's going to be the second half of it.
Okay. Okay, I think you guys are ready to go.
All right. So, relating to Director Fuller's comments during the budget part, we're now going to look at some of the data that assesses our progress toward the goals that were outlined. So, first, we're going to take a look at Goal 1. Next slide, please. So our efforts to recruit and retain providers, as noted earlier in the meeting, we've seen some evidence of a slowdown here. In fact, from last quarter to quarter one of 2024, we saw a significant decline in activity rate. Even though our available providers increased, our active providers actually fell. So we have more providers in our system, but we're hitting fewer of them for services. Next slide, please. So we also saw a similar decline in our contracted only providers. Again, we have slightly more available providers in the system, but we have fewer active providers. So we are hitting fewer of them for services. Next slide, please. So this feeds into goal 2, which is to streamline or redesign policy processes and procedures, because our customers are taking longer to get into services. It's likely that that is somehow related to fewer service providers being hit for services. We've seen a significant increase in the median days that it takes new participants to go from initial contact to that initial VR start date when their services begin to be delivered in accordance with their plan. We would need to dig into this further, and we plan to do so to understand the relationship between an increasing median number of days until services and potential interaction effects with our activity rates for providers. Next slide, please. So our participant creation rate, however, is remaining fairly stable, which is good because that means that we're reaching more people, serving more people, and they're staying with us and being converted from eligibles into newly signed IPEs at a sustained rate of just below 90%. Next slide, please. So regarding recruiting and retaining VR staff, as pointed out by our executive director, Ed, earlier today, our turnover rate is slightly down, and VR is no exception to this positive trend. We now have about 57% of our counselors identified as qualified VR counselors, and the rest on the path toward getting that QVRC qualification. Next slide, please. So looking at improving informed customer choice, one of the focus areas on that goal was getting persons with benefits counseling needs and getting that service on their actual IPE and providing that service to them. So and now out of the open cases of participants who are receiving public benefits, we're up to about 90% with benefits counseling on their IPE, which is a substantial improvement in the span of just about a year's time from 69.2%. So this is a very positive development. Next slide, please. Looking at customer informed choice, it is slightly down for blind and visual impairment, fairly stable for overall open and overall closed cases. Slight declines, but not anything with a impact size that would indicate an issue at this point. We'll just have to wait until more quarters of our survey come in to be sure about where the trend is going. Next slide, please. So staff knowledge and system capacity, again, it's fairly consistent. So there's nothing new to add here yet. Next, please. So basically the same story with whether people are satisfied with the amount of time it takes to have staff respond to their emails. We're seeing slight decreases here. Again, we're going to need to wait for more data to determine whether there's a trend, but it could be related to the increasing median time to get to services and anecdotal evidence that we've heard about continuing impacts of vacancies. Next slide, please. So, looking at the statewide participant engagement rate, we are seeing a similar decline in engagement rate for our participants engaging with services as we are seeing with actual service providers being engaged for those services. It makes sense that both would decline at the same time, and it points to a need to investigate further to find out exactly why that decline is occurring. Next slide, please. Looking at increasing and enhancing partnerships with employers. Again, our referrals for students and adults to work-based learning are down, kind of in line with engagement rates and provider engagement rates. So this downward trend also makes sense in view of other data points that are trending downward. Next slide, please. I think that is the conclusion. So I would like to now turn it over to my colleague Chris to run through the performance slides, and again, reserve all questions until the end of both of our presentations, and hopefully we'll have a few minutes to field some questions. Chris?
Thank you, Jeffrey. Daniel, you can put up the performance slide deck. Thank you. Okay, well, I will try to be mindful of time as well. This tends to be a very busy presentation, so we'll run through, and then please, if you have any questions, you can take those questions at the end. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so as usual, we're starting out with our statewide measure results. Something I want to draw your attention to is our growth. We're approaching halfway through. Well, this is based on a rolling 4 quarters, but we're approaching our target for participants. We're meeting performance on that. That's the first row. Average cost, that I know we've discussed that during this meeting. Just as a point of reference, this average cost number includes salaries and benefits as well. So this number that we're seeing here will be different, higher than the client service average cost that we saw when Scott was presenting earlier. And so again, as we talked about earlier, we're not assigning a performance outcome to this, but we are spending more in the last rolling 12 quarters as compared to what our year-end target was originally. Next, employed or enrolled Q2 post-exit. So this is, oh, sorry, Daniel. This is the next measure, not the next slide. Employed or enrolled Q2 post-exit means how many VR participants are employed or enrolled in an academic program 2 quarters after their exit. This measure we're doing really well on. As you see, that plus P means we've exceeded our target by at least 5%. And so that's 61.18% for this measure. Next is employed or enrolled Q2 to Q4 post-exit. And this measure looks at, of those who were employed in the 2nd quarter after exit, how many are have been employed through the 4th quarter. So it's more of a retention, retaining employment measure. And we are just a little bit above target, right? Very 87.77% compared to a target of 87%. So that's a good result. Credential rate, likewise, we're at 49.17% compared to year-end target of 45%. And so that's a plus P, which means we're exceeding performance, our targeted performance on that measure. And last but certainly not least, the MSG, or the measurable skills gain rate, which looks at gains made during, for example, in academic training or in certain occupational or vocational training programs. We are at about 26%, which is under the year-end target of 44%. But since this is a year-to-date measure, as opposed to the other measure that's not a rolling 4 quarters, or it doesn't cover a year. This covers the from July 2023, beginning of program year 23, to the end of the second quarter of the state fiscal year. And so we would expect this to raise pretty dramatically as we get towards the end of the semester, this month, next month, May, June, July. So next time we check in, we should see this at least at target based on what we see so far. Okay, now the next slide. Thank you. We've seen this before. You can reference it on the SharePoint if you like. This maps the board areas to the VR service areas or regions. Next slide, please. Okay, and I think the main headline for these first couple of slides is a strong growth in VR participants. As we saw some from the projections earlier that Scott was sharing, we are expecting and we're seeing growth in VR participants. And so let's move on to the next slide. So as you see, the rolling 4 quarters means the 12 months or 4 quarters leading up to the end of the second quarter of the state fiscal year. We've moved up from 64,860 or so, program year 22, to 67,000 over these past 12 months. So we are seeing pretty robust growth already in participants served. Next slide, please. Okay, and as you see, the growth is distributed rather evenly across primary disability category as well. All categories are taking part of this growth. Okay.
Remember, you
next
outlined
yes.
visually impaired people on here. You're saying this and that and the other, and so remember, you've got visually impaired folks on
Yes,
here.
yes. So the primary disability categories, which include auditory and communication, intellectual and learning, physical, psychosocial and psychological, legally blind, and other visual. And each of these categories is seeing growth in participants. Okay, next slide, please.
Go ahead and repeat that again.
With the exception of legally blind and other visual, that's stagnating. It's not a question, it's just a statement.
Sure. The growth is not as robust.
Yeah. Not existent.
Okay, this slide covers participants served percentages. In other words, how many, what proportion of the total participants served does each primary disability category contain? And again, the same disability categories, no major movement we've seen here in the last, in these rolling 4 quarters in the last 12 months compared to the previous program year. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so now we're looking at successful closure rate, and this is the percentage of all closed cases after plan that close with an employment outcome, competitive integrated employment outcome. We have seen for all of VR an increase since program year 21, when the rate was around 49.3%, to program year 22 with a rate at about 53%. And in these last 12 months, it's kind of leveled off at about 52.6%. So we're still showing improvement over program year 20 and program year 21, when it was hovering around 49%.
Once again, not a question. And we're on page 8 for the folks following online. We are still far away from program years 18 and 19.
That is correct. And that was something that was covered in the 2020 CSNA, or the decline in employment rates that we saw from when you go back to the pre-pandemic years. That is correct.
Okay, let's move on.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, and this basically looks at the closure rate by the primary category of disability. We do see a decrease in legally blind from program year 22, when it was about 47.5% to these last 12 months or the rolling 4 quarters when it's about 40%, 39.75%. I think that's probably the biggest change or movement that we've seen. Okay, next slide, please. And this case mix, these are the proportion of VR participants who exit the program. So as you see, it also has been pretty stable over the last 4 or 5 years. And so there's really no changes to note over these last 12 months. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to look at the Q2, post-exit employed or enrolled. And so now we're looking at tracking the progress of VR participants once they leave the program to include median earnings. And the Q2 post-exit employment rate is continuing to recover from the, yes, I see. This is page 11, slide 11. Okay, so we're on slide 11, and the Q2 post-exit employment rate has gradually, not gradually, has actually steadily increased since the pandemic year of PY19. And if you go to the next slide, Daniel, you can see that that progress. So in program year 19, when those exiters, their quarter 2 post-exit being covering the pandemic period, we've seen this increase from about 55%, and this is slide 12, from about 55.7% to 61% over the last 12 months. So it's been a steady increase. Next slide, please. And some of the disability categories that had the strongest increase from the previous program year 21 to the rolling 4 quarters are legally blind, which went up from about 38.3% to 42.5%, and physical, which went up to about from 54 to 57%. Okay, next slide, please. We're moving on to slide 14. And median earnings. So the second quarter after a participant exits the VR program, we look at their median earnings and compare across program years median earnings. And from this slide, I think is unique. You had mentioned, Chairman, in the participant or I think the success rate slide that we were kind of still hadn't approached the earlier program years, the pre-pandemic, but with the strong and robust economy, we've been increasing median earnings basically every year from program year 17, which is about 4,770 to the last 12 months, the rolling 4 quarters, when we're at about 6,930. And so this is one of the indicators too that we've been continually making progress on. Okay, next slide, please. Move on to slide 15. And this looks at the median earnings by disability category. So the same thing, we're looking at the second quarter after exit. And we see basically a leveling off for legally blind. And most other disability categories are seeing pretty robust increases, in particular physical disabilities and also auditory and communicative disabilities. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, this is something that we had discussed in our customer satisfaction meeting this morning, and that the chairman had asked me to share. And this is a comparative wage analysis. About 2 years ago, I3 compared a wage analysis for the RCT, and we've updated that wage analysis. And What this does is it looks at the median wage annualized, which means we take 4 quarters for that calendar year and basically add them together, the median wage. For VR exiters, so these are those participants who have completed the program with a successful exit in their 4th quarter after exit. And we compare that to the same data for all Texans, basically using our unemployment insurance wage database. And just to give a basic description of what we're seeing that the gap between the median annual wage for VR successful exiters and the Texas-wide median wage minus these exiters has been decreasing. So we're closing the gap, which is a sign of quality employment. And as an example, in 2017, we were looking at about, I would say an $18,000 or a $19,000 difference in median wages, with the VR exiters being on the lower end. Whereas in 2023, there's only about a $12,000 difference. And the percentage of the proportion, in other words, of the VR wage to the Texas wage has increased from about 50% in 2017 to close to 75% in 2023. So that's what I mean by closing the gap. The VR participants exiting the program are becoming increasingly competitive, earning increasingly competitive wages compared to the Texas median. And so I think that's good news. Okay, on to the next slide, please, Daniel. Be mindful of our time. Our next slide, please. Okay, so.
Got this for more people. Back to you, Chris.
Oh, sorry.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. All right, so now we're looking at what we're calling quarter 2 to quarter 4 post-exit employment enrolled rate. That's a mouthful, but basically what it means is it's a retention measure. So of those that we did identify as being employed their 2nd quarter after exit, how many were still employed in their 4th quarter? And this has traditionally been very high for vocational rehabilitation, which shows that when customers get jobs, they tend to be satisfied with them and tend to keep them. And that's something we were also talking about in the customer satisfaction committee this morning. So if we move on to the next slide, we'll see that again in calendar year 19, we kind of dipped compared to the previous year because that put those exiters right smack dab in calendar year 20 or the pandemic. But we've been basically made a very robust recovery. And so 87.7 to 88% is where we are now statewide for this measure. Okay, next slide, please. Something else to note is that there is not a lot of variation in terms of disability category. And again, this is slide 19 and referring to employed enrolled quarter 2 to Q4 post-exit. Legally blind, 87.5%, and other visual, 90%, and auditory and communicative impairments, 91%, are the highest in terms of this retention measure. But the difference between these categories and the lowest one, which is psychosocial and psychological, is only about 6 or 7 percentage points. And I did receive a question in the chat about should this be CY or PY, and that's something I think Director Fuller was talking about before. And we have a lot of different ways of tracking the year. And when we look at going back 4 quarters, or 4 quarters post-exit. Going forward, 4th quarters post-exit, we do it by a calendar year. For the Q2 and the median wage, we look at program years. And this is basically it's just the way these measures, these federal measures are constructed. So calendar year is correct. CY is calendar year. Okay. Next slide, please. All right, and we are continuing at the behest of the RCT to track TBI, which is traumatic brain injury, stroke, and spinal cord injury participant outcomes. And what we've seen is that participant counts, and let's go on to the next slide. I think it'd be easier to see the numbers. Okay, the first, this is slide 21. The first table, participants, and it compares traumatic brain injury, stroke, and spinal cord injury. And we see an increase for spinal cord injury from about 656 in PY22 to 678 in the last 12 months, or rolling 4 quarters. A leveling off for the other two disability categories in this table, traumatic brain injury and stroke. For the success rate, and again, we're looking by program year, we've seen also a increase for traumatic brain injury of from about 28% to about 31.5%. We've seen an increase for stroke individuals with that disability from 30.8 to 36.8%. And spinal cord injury has basically an insignificant decline. So it's leveled off compared to the last year. Okay, next slide, please. And again, we're going through the same measures that we did before. So we're looking at these Q2 post-exit employed. For traumatic brain injury, we're looking at about a 2% decrease over the last year compared to the program year 21. But we see an increase for stroke from about 37.7% to about 40.5%, and a slight leveling off or decrease for spinal cord injury, about 40.2 to 39.7%, but nothing really significant at this point. Median earnings have continued to rise for traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injury, although we saw a decrease for stroke customers in these last 12 months. And next slide, please. I think this is our last slide. Okay, so and again, we're back to this retention measure, which is Q2 to Q4 post-exit employed. And spinal cord injury of these three is the highest at about 90.9%, that's a slight increase compared to the previous calendar year, 21. The stroke, we saw a decrease of about 8 percentage points in these rolling 4 quarters, and that's from 88 to 80%. And a slight decrease for traumatic brain injury from 88 to about 86%. But really nothing in terms of a trend yet at this point. So, and I think that brings us to the end of the presentation. So we'll open, Chairman, if you'd like, we can open the floor for questions.
Very short amount of time. Sorry, are we on mute? Now we're good. Guys, compliments on providing a lot of great information in a compressed amount of time. Quick one from me, specifically on TBI, stroke, and spinal cord injuries. Do we have an ability, and if you don't, please say so. I don't want this to be a kind of a chase. Do we actually have ability to compare earnings before injury to earnings after the VR program and re-entering the workforce? In other words, do we actually have a way to understand, how good are we doing in bringing folks back to pre-injury status?
Unfortunately, we don't have a way to pinpoint the date of incident. We could look at longitudinal wage records and see their wage history, and I'm sure that it might be possible to guesstimate where something might have occurred based on that quarterly wage record information we've got, but there's no objective way to peg the health incident to a specific date. Unfortunately, I wish there was, because that would be a great investigation.
Yeah, if there's a way to tease out something, even if it's 95% accurate, that's awesome. If not, don't waste a lot of time.
Got it. Right, we'd have no way of assessing the accuracy. We'd be making inferences, unfortunately.
Okay, and that's just one observation. We clearly see an impact of budgetary issues earlier this year. My guess is we will continue to see that for another 2 quarters or so before we kind of trend back. We gotta be ready for that. Folks, any other thoughts, questions about specific numbers, questions about anything else for Jeffrey and Chris?
I agree, it's an impressive group of numbers. It'll take you a while to let it sink in a little bit. But thank you guys for putting it together.
Absolutely, always our pleasure.
Yeah, we have about 10, 15 minutes. Honestly, if there's questions, if anybody wants to dig into it.
Well, I just want to say that I like the presentation better when I can ask the questions when the slide is up. I had, a comment or two, but passing it by now, I kind of, I'd have to have written down all of it. So, while I appreciate that, it would be better for me to have a little bit more meeting if we can have a little bit of time in between for a few comments while they do the presentation in the future.
I think we can certainly accommodate that next time around. In fact, we're already having sidebars about how to adjust the order of our topics to allow more time for discussion and not feel so rushed on either side.
Yeah. That'd be great.
What do you do? I don't know if you have any way of knowing why the drop in that one statistic, particularly in blind and visually impaired numbers or percentages, one of the first ones that you presented.
It's interesting. I agree.
Because that was the only one
I can't.
I think.
Right, I can't speak to the exact causes of that yet. We'd need to do further investigation to understand, but it's interesting that the decline seems to disproportionately impact our customers with blindness or visual impairment.
I will tell you that I do know of cases where people have lost jobs because they didn't get technology that they needed, that they possibly could have kept a job. 2 instances for sure, but anyway, I was just curious if you had any statistics there.
It would be worthwhile to look into. I would definitely be interested in seeing the incident rate on that. We would need to look at information sources though and see how we would be able to determine what delays may have related in a job loss.
Across the statistics, those 2 categories, legally blind and other visual, particularly legally blind, that's the one that we continue not to gain traction. A bit of a generalized comment, I know, but go back across any statistic, go back to however number of years, that's the one that we struggle to gain traction. And I'm generally curious, is there a need to do a little bit of a brainstorming, digging, deep dives? Why is it the case? What is it about those 2 categories? How are we serving those folks differently that they are not seeing the same improvements as all the other disability categories.
Yes, I can only speak to the fact that we've seen consistent declines in performance since about the end of 2015 and beginning of 2016, and it has never recovered for that customer group. That customer group's outcomes and performance used to be similar to individuals with auditory and speech communication. So we would see like successful closure rates up near, what was it, Chris?
It was about 60-70% in that area in those years.
I would add one clarification that in those years, we were still able to take homemaker closures. When WIOA passed, homemaker unpaid family worker, those were no longer allowed as successful employment outcomes. But I would be interested in working with Jeffrey and the team to dig into this a little bit more. We continue to try to provide training, additional focus, making sure we're really working hard to preserve the specialization, but we'd like to see those results improve along with the others. So we'd be happy to look further into it. But it's hard, very hard in any state to compare pre-WIOA and post-WIOA outcomes for blind agencies or combined agencies.
And maybe there's actually a clue here. If we actually look into our peer states, especially the peer states with the combined agencies, are they seeing the same trends where everybody shows some traction on the initiatives, but these categories are stagnating? Is it just us? Or is it a common pattern across other combined agencies?
That'd be great.
Maybe there's a clue there.
Absolutely.
Cheryl, do you recall when, I don't know if you remember this or not, but at one point, homemaker was no longer allowed to be a closure category for VR. And I know because blind and visually impaired for years, a successful closure could be, homemaker, somebody who could manage her, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know if it was around that, I don't remember if it was around that time or prior, but I'm wondering if that was a factor. It may be a factor as well if it was around that time.
The final regulations were published in late 2016.
I bet, yeah.
They allowed for an implementation period so that individuals that were already in process were able to complete successfully, but we couldn't add. So we began to see the effect of that in 2017, 2018, 2019.
So I wonder if that's a factor.
We do believe it is. We would still like to do some additional analysis to see what we can do to improve. But that was a factor, not just for us, but for all of the blind agencies and the combined agencies. And it's not just blind services, although blind services, I think, invested heavily in helping people who, that's the service they needed, right? And that's the outcome they needed, because that allowed other family members that might have been working to be able to do so, because the person was able to be independent, contribute to the family business, really be able to function independently. So it had real value. And it was used, the unpaid family worker was a successful closure opportunity under the general program as well. Some of you remember that more than I do. And so it wasn't just blind services agencies, but it was a really important outcome for blind services. And it was lost when WIOA passed, and they clarified that there's one and only one outcome for VR, and that's competitive integrated.
That could sort of explain the dip, but that doesn't explain lack of traction that you see in other categories.
Right, we should be recovering, so.
We should be recovering at similar rates to.
Agreed.
So I just looked at the 2015 BARS annual report. And at that point, they reported division for blind services, which was separate, you know, that one. 251 closures were homemakers or unpaid family worker category, which was 17% of the closures they had.
Let's,
But if we were at 60%, now we're down to 40.
There's
That doesn't
something else
account
there.
for that much.
Yeah, it doesn't. You're right.
let's target, at one of the following, meetings, probably not the one in August, but either in the fall or the one for that, bit of review, a bit of a deep dive, what is really happening, with the blind and other visual categories.
I have a question about one of the slides that was presented. I don't remember what the number is, but it's the one that showed the income and the margin between income being earned now to the typical population is decreasing. Because I don't know if the gap is closing, right? Okay, so that would indicate that there's something that we're doing now that is helping people learn that they can earn more money, or that they can, or the gap is closing, or they're finding better jobs. Do we have any indicators as to what those practices are that are taking us there? Is it the because benefits planning has been, is it training of VR staff? Okay. Benefits planning has come into play as well. People understanding.
More customers being trained.
Oh, okay. The education piece, the post-secondary education, okay. And you can see that as data, or you see that as that's our observation.
Numbers, it shows in the numbers.
Okay.
We have more customers going into post-secondary training than we've ever had.
Okay.
And
And then they're coming out, they're getting their jobs, and their
better
jobs are getting better paid. Okay.
And we can also make them eligible, we can also make a customer eligible to advance in employment. I don't know if we have that stat on how many are determined eligible in order to advance.
Right.
There's more and more customers coming in like that.
There's another, that's another part of WIOA, you know, it seems like a long time and then not, but there were over 100 changes to the Rehab Act made by WIOA. I mean, we talk about pre-employment transition services all the time because that was such a sea change, but it was definitely not the only significant change. And, you know, that was part of it.
Cool. Good. You guys, any other questions, thoughts, topics?
So I have one thought just popped in my head about the blind closures, and I'm not really sure exactly what year, was it that long ago where they changed, where the lighthouses and so forth were no longer competitive integrated employment, because we used to refer a lot of people to like Horizon Industry Fair, Dallas Lighthouse, Austin Lighthouse, but those are no longer CIE employment, so that could be possible a decline.
So I don't, members, you may go, Stacy, Dennis is a program support manager, Legacy Blind Services, great source of expertise and knowledge in VR. And that is something that should have occurred to me, that did not, the regulations, final regulations went to great lengths to define each component of competitive integrated employment. And the integrated location component effectively eliminated long-time excellent placements for blind services with lighthouses, because it said that you had to be integrated at the location and at the work unit in a job commonly found in the community. And so it made it very difficult for legacy blind services agencies, also true to some degree on the general side, but the employment at higher wages was more in those lighthouses where they had those federal contracts. And those were pretty good hourly wages, right? And so that was a source of referrals for the lighthouses that slowed to a trickle from a healthy flow. And it was a source of employment outcomes we could no longer pursue with VR dollars. That's a great point. I forgot about that.
Okay, good. Good. Look forward to revisiting the topic. Next on the agenda is a bit of council business. First item on our agenda is to approve meeting minutes from our February session. They are in the virtual binder, including some revisions that were made based on the comments that the council members emailed in. Do we have a motion to approve minutes?
I make a motion to approve the amendments recently sent by Lisa.
So approve the minutes with amendments. Somebody.
Yeah, okay, approve the minutes with the amendments. There you go.
I'll second.
Okay. Council members, do you have yeas?
Yay, yay.
Folks on the line?
Yay.
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 Anybody opposed? Minutes approved. Budget report. This is not our division budget. This is our little tiny council budget, just to make it clear. Lisa, you wanna take us through it? Do we need to share something on the screen, Daniel?
I can share if you want, Daniel.
Sure.
Okay, there we go. So right now, the balance for the RCT budget is $30,122.02. And the additional expenses other than RCT travel is, and this is not a balance, this is the total paid out so far this year, is $34,208.65. I do not see any concerns with the budget for the rest of the fiscal year.
Good.
Questions?
No private jet travel? Next item, so as the council folks know, we hold officer elections annually. Emily, do you want to make a announcement about solicitations for nominations for the upcoming year?
Yes. Can you see me all okay?
Yes.
We'll be having our election coming up for the new chair and vice chair for the next fiscal year. So what will happen is we'll be sending out an email, probably around June 7th, to ask you all to send in your nominations, to submit your nominations for the new chair and the new vice chair. The deadline would be by, let's see. Wait, one moment. Something just happened. Okay, back online. Can you see me okay? So we will request that you complete those nominations and your suggestions by around June 21st. That way, that will give us ample time to make contact with everybody and solicit their participation, and they're willing to accept the nominations that they've received for the election. When we finish getting all of the approvals from the participants who are willing to accept the nominations, we will send out a follow-up email July 1st, because at that point, that will include the 30-day timeline, and then we'll already have everything documented in the bylaws by the 30 days prior to the subsequent council meeting that will happen in August. So at that point, we will have the election at that time in August, and then based on the roster of nominations, we will move from there. Also, we have to keep in mind that it can be a nomination for people that were going to be continuing on into the next fiscal year, but also that plan to be, there's also people that are termed out. So we actually have two different categories, and you can't be nominated again, obviously, if you're termed out for that reason. Okay, so are there any questions on that?
She should tell us.
Do we already know who's going to be termed out? By any chance?
Yes, so there are two. There is Joe Howell, and secondly, Lisa Howard.
Thank you.
Sure.
I thought we changed the bylaws.
Say it again, Glenda?
I thought we changed the bylaws that a person could reapply for, that there wasn't, am I mistaken?
We did, oh, wait.
That's for membership, not for the chair.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you're
okay.
absolutely correct. The folks who are coming out will have ability to reapply. We have a small cool down period, so to speak. I don't have the bylaws in front of me, but I believe it's either 3 month or 6 month. So yes, Joe and Lisa can both reapply for reappointment. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate it. Next piece of council business, meeting locations for August and for the fall. So we are continuing with our cadence of one meeting in one of the regions, one meeting in Austin, one meeting in one of the regions, one meeting in Austin. In August, that places us back in Austin. We have discussed potentially holding a meeting at Fiscal Center. Unfortunately, they're not yet ready to provide sufficient IT infrastructure for hybrid meeting. So we, in August, we're going back to the Capitol Complex and the TWC mothership. So that's where we'll be the first week of August.
August 1st and 2nd?
Yes. Good questions. Whatever is the first Thursday, Friday. Whatever is the first Thursday, Friday. And in the fall, there's one region we haven't visited. That is Region 2, Dallas-Fort Worth area. So we will be holding our quarterly meeting somewhere there. Dallas-Fort Worth, fairly big area, where specifically we don't quite know yet, but somewhere within the triangle. Timing wise, we attempted to, like we have done in the last several years, to combine our council members coming in for the Texas Workforce Conference, the TWC conference. So we're trying to sort of unite, hold our meeting a day or two prior to that. Unfortunately, this year, the Texas Workforce Conference is happening like first week of December. So that's too much of a gap from the August meeting to potential meeting in December. So we're actually going to separate those and we will hold our meeting sometime in that first week of November. I think we already have, Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, do we already have a placeholder meeting note email to folks?
I believe so. It'll be the 7th and 8th of November, but we don't have a location yet.
Yep. Yeah. So we'll work on the location. But the dates have already been sent out. If you don't have them on the calendar, just let Lisa know, and she will resend it. Any thoughts or questions on the meeting locations for the summer and the fall quarterly meetings?
Hopefully Dallas.
Somewhere convenience, somewhere within a good convenience path from the airport.
Well, it's just that Dallas is just easy to get to. It's easy. Dart's available. I mean, it's just, I'm just thinking of anyway. It's going to be where it's going to be. I mean.
Reach out to me, Glenda, if you have suggestions. This is Lisa Godwin. Reach out to me and we'll talk.
Okay.
Well said. Okay. We have 5 minutes until public comment. If anybody has a walk-in item of council business, Now is the time. If not, we will take a very, very quick break. I urge folks not to go anywhere. And we will convene at 4:45 for public comment. Okay, I see there's interpreter, so I know we're live. All right, folks, so I'm gonna call on folks for public comment in the order of them signing up, and everybody will have 3 minutes to speak. We will enforce the clock to be fair to everybody. Is Miss Lori Wilhelm online to make a comment? Okay. What about Miss Carol Baker? Okay. Casey Collins was trying to make a comment, but unfortunately, and I think they were actually going to do it live, but they were not able to do so because of weather. So they asked for the public comment to be read out loud. So I'm going to do so for the record. So this is on behalf of Casey Collins, who's not able to be here because of bad weather and has internet connectivity issues, so cannot join online either. She is in Region 5. She has received VR services and have needed Disability Rights Texas to advocate twice within a 6-month period. She has spoken personally to a supervisor, manager, and regional management to no avail. How do we hold service providers accountable for their actions or lack thereof? So we thank Kizzy for her public comment. As you folks know, we don't provide feedback live on the sessions, but we will definitely review and deal with this accordingly. I'm looking for Mr. Harold Parker. Is Harold on the line? Okay. And I'm looking for Miss Katina Murphy. Is Miss Murphy on the line?
Okay, go ahead and, I did find her. If you unmute your mic.
Yep, her hand is up. Okay. Katina, the floor is yours. Miss Murphy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
Great. I am somewhat of a disgruntled client simply because I've been involved with VRS for 5+ years. I've had more than 7 counselors, and they repeatedly change. And when they change, I start the process all over again as if I'm a new client. I have had counselors tell me, oh, you just need to get a job. My IEP has not changed, not one time. I'm retired, and I was forced to retire because I had a stroke, and I'm now visually impaired, complete, what was the term? I'm considered legally blind, but I have tunnel vision. So if I am looking at you, I can see you. VRS, I found the school I wanted to go to. The counselor at the time, Anita Parker, it took almost a year for her to do what she needed to do to enroll me in school. I provided all of the information. I have done my VR counselor's job and their work by providing, anytime they have asked of anything of me, it is done within a week or 2. It doesn't take months for me to do something. It has taken me months to receive a phone call back, and I respond via email, text, and calling. This is maddening. This is mad. I have never worked on a job where it took me 5+ years to complete one job, one client, one customer. This is ridiculous. I don't see how Texas continues to just bleed money. My actual counselor advised me, oh, well, one of my goal is to open up my own med spa. And my counselor at the time, Jenna Sweat, says she has a coworker whose sister owns a med spa, and they provided me with equipment that I could purchase or I could request for Texas to purchase, but all of the equipment was substandard, subpar, not FDA approved, but they were eagerly and ready to throw away money that would not do what I would be advertising, what I have been trained to do. It was all a facade. It was a waste of time, but the representative, my VRS counselors were eagerly and ready to throw that money away and set me up for failure. And this is a shame. This is a shame on behalf of the Texas Department of the Workforce Commission and VRS. I know I got 10 seconds left, but yes, I haven't given up, and I'm not going to give up. But every counselor has given up on me, and it needs to stop now.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the comments. Like I said, we don't provide feedback live, but we definitely have taken a record of it. You have anybody else in there? This is it, yeah. I'm just gonna go back and see if Miss Lori Wilhelm had a chance to join us. Lori, if you're here, raise your hand. Same thing for Miss Carol Baker or Mr. Harold Parker. Okay. Guys, thank you everybody for a great first half of our quarterly meeting. And we will see each other tomorrow morning. One of the first items on the agenda is, I'll call it for it, is a showcase for Region 4. Dennis, Malcolm, once again, thank you for hosting us. You're welcome. And look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow morning.